morning, everyone, and welcome to the second edition of NextGen HR Summit. We welcome you all on board. As we stand on the brink of a dramatically reshaped world of work, the question facing HR leaders is no longer just, what's next, but it is actually how do we get there, sustainably and inclusively. The era of next-gen HR is defined by a bold reimagining of employee experience, moving beyond traditional cubicles to swanky design-led offices built to inspire creativity, collaboration, and a sense of belongingness. But even the most beautifully designed offices cannot solve, the deeper systematic challenges that we've been facing in these days. In today's conversation, it isn't just about choosing between technology, humanity, or efficiency and empathy. It is more on flexibility and cohesion. It is about integrating them into a coherent, human centered vision for the future of work, and that's ultimately the promise and responsibility of next gen HR today. Now, in order to commence today's event, we have with us, the NHRDN president and president HR of JK organization, Mr. Prem.
Hi, Sugandh. Hello, Sugandh.
Hello. Yeah, sir, it's on.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Sugandh, thank you so much for that introduction and thank you for introducing the topic. I must compliment you and your team for putting this together. It is so apt and so timely. My compliments to all of you.
Thank you
So,
so
you
much,
have
sir.
spoken about aligning talent, technology, and training. And before we get into the topic, let's first try and understand what's happening around us because whatever we do with respect to talent, technology, and training has to essentially make sense in the context that we operate. So let's try and understand what's happening globally around us. You see, we have all used this word called VUCA for a long time, really. However, now I think the times of VUCA are really gone and it has been taken over by what has been termed as BANI, brittle, anxious, non-comprehensible, non-linear, and incomprehensible. So, and if you have to use one word to define this phenomena, it's disruption. Disruption all over. Disruption of markets, disruption of business models, disruption of processes, disruption of technology, and what have you. Everywhere you see this disruption happening all around. Things changing so fast, so quick. What it means for the organization? It means for the organizations is being extremely agile, being relevant, being current, being contemporary, not only in terms of the processes, not only in terms of technologies, but also with respect to the culture of the organization. with respect to the mindsets of the organization. Now, let me emphasize why I talk about the culture and mindset. You see, a lot of organizations, I'm sure we all know, have been undertaking major change programs, for example, digital transformation, and many others. And a lot of times you see that many organizations are not able to succeed. The reason is most of the times, large number of organizations equate the digital transformation with hardware or software, which is not the case. It's not really about only the hardware or software or connectivity or technology. It's really about mindware. It's really about mindset. It's really about trying to make sure that your cultural nuances are aligned with the entire change program. How do you get your people ready? How do you make sure that entire workforce is really aligned and working towards the common goal with that particular philosophy, and everybody is on the same page with respect to skill? There comes the question of upskilling. How do you upskill your people? At any given point of time, you have multiple generations at work. If not four, at least three generations at work. Some people learn these things very fast, some people take time, some don't learn at all. But how do you make sure that you are still able to drive the ship in a cohesive manner? So that brings the challenges of working through the organizational systems with multiple set of generations of people, working through technology, etc., etc., and making sure that you are able to upskill your people. Next challenge, globally, you are seeing this phenomena of global warming, and all over you see this chorus growing around the uh, uh, the sustainability. Now when you see the whole chorus about sustainability, how do you make sure that the processes that you deploy are leading to sustainable products in a sustainable manner? I'll just give an example. JK Tire is one of our flagship companies, and we have come out with a product called green tire. Now green tire is nothing but a tire made from biodegradable materials, and 80% of our materials that we have used is biodegradable. So that's one example, and this chorus is actually growing through the day all over the world. Now that's another challenge, another trend which is happening. Third is the whole uh, movement that we are seeing, the whole chain of events that we are seeing globally around the geopolitical conflicts. And that is bringing so much of disruption in the manufacturing, in the supply chain. And as organizations, we are not aloof from those disruptive forces. We got to figure out how do we move our supply chains, how do we manufacture, how are we still able to navigate our way through, and this is becoming a reality of life. Next challenge that we are seeing is this whole piece of Gen Z and Gen Alpha. You see, in any organizations, you have this challenge of trying to make sure that all the generations, multiple generations that you have, are working together in a cohesive manner. They are able to collaborate with each other even more effectively. And reality of the life is, and we have learned it when I was growing as a young child, I used to think that my parents are very old fashioned. And today, when I see my own children growing, they see me as too old fashioned. And this is a continuum. So every generation thinks that it is smarter than the one that has gone before, and it's wiser than the one that comes after it. That's an ongoing challenge. That's an ongoing dialogue. How do you deal with that? So the question is not that these are two different sets of people. That's taken as given. The bigger question is, each of these generations have their own unique strengths. How do you make sure that all of them are able to collaborate with each other and you are able to leverage each other's strengths? For example, let's say senior folks in the organization, how can you leverage their wisdom, their years of experience? The younger folks, how do you ensure that you leverage their tech savviness, their aspirations, their creativity? So these are very important questions. So organizations which are able to weave all these elements through in a effective manner, by and large, will be able to outperform their other peers who are not able to do so. So, just to summarize what I have said, the challenges around from VUCA to BANI, challenges around technology, challenges around how do you leverage AI, ML, and new age technologies. And this is not really about only the tool, it's really about the cultural nuances. How do you drive that change management? The third piece I mentioned is about the whole chorus around sustainability, ESG, SDGs. And the next one I spoke about is the multiple generations at work. If you look at all of this canvas in a comprehensible manner, it's very essential, therefore, that whatever models of learning and training you design, they must make sense with respect to these 4 or 5 elements of change which are happening. Most important last point I make is that gone are the days of your organization's design, your product design, your marketing strategy, your cultural strategy, your people strategy being relevant for many years. Those days are gone. Perhaps as organizations, we got to learn to undertake some kind of a renewal exercise, if not every 3 years, at least every 2 years, at least every 1.5 years, to say how relevant are we in the current times? How is our product strategy? How is our marketing strategy? How is our culture strategy? How is our people strategy? How is our go to market strategy? All the kind of strategies. So each organization must have to go through this churn, this habit of renewing itself every 2 years for sure. If you don't do that, risk is you might be outplaced in the market, because there will be many other organizations who will be faster, quicker, who will be more agile, and therefore those will be the organizations who will be able to compete more effectively. So these are not the choices, these are the imperatives of today. So being agile with the contemporary changes taking place in the country, in your market, in your industry, in your sector, and globally, that's an imperative that's essentially to be undertaken. With this, I wish all the best to all of you. Thank you so much once again for inviting me, Sugandh. And once again, I compliment you and your team for putting this together. Very apt, very timely. All the best. God bless all of you.
Thank you so much, sir. But I just have one question. Now that we've heard holistically, what is it that you are driving in the sense that how the future of workplace looks like? Do you think there are certain changes or certain amendments in the workplace policies also which need to be implemented, keeping in mind the recent rush of leaders coming up and giving different viewpoints over working hours, over productivity, over performance management? Do you think any sort of policy changes do need to be made in times to come?
Sure. Great question. Not only in the policies, Sugan, but also in the way those policies are implemented. In fact, the policies, the way they are designed, gone are the days that you had only one policy and that applied uniformly to all the generations, to all the sections of organization. You have to rather introduce a mechanism of flexibility as to how you apply these policies at a very broad level, at a fundamental level. You could have a particular way or a philosophy which kind of governs through the organization at all the levels. But when it comes to application of the policies and the processes for multiple sections of people, multiple genders, multiple generations, I think organizations need to develop some kind of a flexibility. We have a choice. If we don't do that, perhaps we would not have an appeal or relevance for multiple sections, multiple generations of the people. And this we are seeing more and more. Therefore, one important element is being flexible, being contemporary, and being agile to the market realities, to the overall realities of society, the way things are evolving. Number two, you mentioned about performance management. You say even the performance management models are also changing quite significantly.
Okay.
Um, as opposed to waiting for 1 year to be over, I think you got to develop the performance management systems mechanisms so that you are able to appraise the performance of people more frequently, if not monthly, at least every quarter. Give feedback to people, develop an agenda for their development, make sure that they are rewarded, there is a recognition, and therefore those uh, elements are extremely important. Today, large number of people, particularly Gen Z, and you will see that phenomena when Gen Alpha comes to workforce. Uh, People are not willing to wait that long, and you got to realize that reality of life. And therefore, the best you can do is align yourself, your systems to the changing realities. Last point I would like to mention here: talent is important. It's extremely critical that you must have talented people. But even more important is what you do with that talent. How do you allow that talent to flourish? How do you allow that talent to blossom? And how do you allow that talent to really shine? And if the talent shines, your organization also shines.
Well, sir, very well said. You actually summed up in a very tight and a holistic manner so that it covers all aspects. And it is heartening to hear that, for us as employees, that there are changes which are required, because when we speak with leaders and when we hear them talk, it is always seen or being heard or being understood that there are certain policies that have been embedded and are going to go in times to come as well. But as employees, we also think that there are certain amount of changes which are required, because you got to move with the flow, right? There are different situations and aspects that are being come up, and we got to tender ourselves, we've got to mold ourselves into that aspect. So it's very heartening to hear that leaders like you are actually willing to bring about certain changes in not just the working, but in a holistic manner, and in actually the working style of corporates in times to come. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And Sugan, by the way, there is yet another side which is also equally important that we got to recognize as leaders. You see, I spoke about and emphasized quite a lot about what's changing, and therefore how the organizations got to realign themselves with the changes that are taking place. However, fundamentally, there will be certain things which will never change. And I underline that again. Certain fundamentals of human life which will never change. Those are regardless of the time period. Those are true throughout the history. For example, most people would like to be successful. That was true 10 years ago. That's true today. That will be true 10 years from now. Number two, Most people would like to be valued, would like to be recognized, would like to be respected. Those things will never change. Those were true 10 years ago, those are true now, those will be true 10 years later. Third, most people would like to seek some kind of a degree of self actualization or leverage and be recognized for their talent, for their skills, for their unique strengths which they bring to the table. So, these two, three things would be regardless of the generational changes, generational differences. So those are perennially important. And therefore, organizations also must recognize that certain fundamentals will continue to hold as valid in future as they are now, as they were before. Just to emphasize this point, I would like to recite a couplet so that I bring home this point slightly more clearly.
Fair enough,
चिड़िया
sir.
कहती है चमन बदला है, तारे कहते हैं अमन बदला है, लेकिन इस माहौल की खामोशी कहती है आदमी वही है, बस कफन बदला है.
Thank you so much, sir. Beautiful line indeed. And we're very thankful that from your busy schedule, you could take out time for this and give a beautiful keynote, emphasizing on the recent aspects of what needs to be changed. And also keep in mind that there's certain things that are going to remain intact because that is how they've been designed. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing time for us. It was great and it was a pleasure from our end to be speaking with you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sugandh. All the best. Have a great day.
Uh, Next on we have is the first panel of the day, wherein we'll be speaking at length on bridging the skill gap, how the industry is preparing for tomorrow's workforce. Well, it's a very relevant topic. Not relevant with regards to talking of skills and the gaps, but actually the point of concern and the point wherein we're supposed to give a thought over it is the people, the leaders, the employees. They have subtle minds in the sense that they do not know what kind of skills they need to imbibe in times to come. When we speak within institutes as well, the deans, the professors, they're of the view that the institutions and the HRs are required to go hand in hand in order to build, in order to be able to fill the skill gaps, because post COVID now there are various kind of skills that employees need to imbibe. And when they go out for interviews, when they pass their graduation, there's certain skills that nobody can teach them. Seeing what the scenario is like, they actually have to imbibe it. Now, in order to have a greater discussion onto this aspect, I have Ms. Soumya Babu, Director and Global Head HR, EMR and High Tech Business Americas from Wipro. Another, we have Mr. Bhaskar Bhandari, Senior HR Director, Acer India. Next one, we have Mr. Arun Kumar Sahu, who is the Global Lead People Services, Electronics Art. And lastly, we also have Mr. Shivang Singh, CHRO, Tata Power. I welcome you all on board, sir. It's a pleasure for me to be speaking with you all. And since you're the masters into this industries, and in the HR fraternity, we do not require any specific introduction. But I would still like to begin with opening the house to all for you to make people understand as to what exactly are we going to speak in today's discussion, and reading about this topic for today. What are your thoughts over it? We can begin with Soumya. Ladies first. Let's see.
I was hoping that we will flip the coin and not do ladies first, but nevertheless, before we start, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. That is something that we need to say now that we are all connected in virtual world. So happy to be part of this discussion. You can already see my designation. I think Sugandha has read it out, but the way that I would want to say is that I come from talent and HR space, where we are constantly balancing today's operational needs with tomorrow's workforce realities, right? And the topic that we have today, like again, I would like to take you from Sugandh. I don't think it's a skill gap conversation. It is and about technology outpacing us because there is a lot of content around that. But it's more on how our systems are kind of struggling to keep up with human potential. So when I look at the future, right, the most underestimated skills to my mind aren't necessarily new or aren't necessarily only in the tech space, but they're something which is unrecognized. And some of this, I think, during the course of the discussion, we'll obviously touch upon. And while AI and automation are reshaping roles, I think most organizations are approaching skills reactively. So maybe that's something that I would be happy to discuss with my co-panelists today. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Arun. What are your views on the same? How would you like to open the house of discussion for this panel today?
Yes, muted.
Your voice is not audible, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Yeah, hi. Hello everyone. My name is Arun and it's pleasure to be part of this discussion. As Soumya mentioned rightly, right, for me also, it's really important that how we can think about our future skill because now the market is more trained about like AI and automation. So we need to focus on like how the future skills should look like and how we can remove our future skill gap. This is what I mean I wanted to discuss, and I'm definitely be happy to discuss with all panelists today on this topic.
Fair enough, sir. What about you, Mr. Bandari? How would you like to open the house?
Hi, very warm good morning to all of you. It is a pleasure to be with the panel. Um, Today, the AI and the machine learning is the buzzword. Wherever we go, any conference we go, this is what we hear. Having said that, we are in the technology space. I think we are the create hardware for any of the AI or a technology space because we sell servers, all high tech computers, and fast changing ecosystem of the computing technology. Today, if you see AI is basically, I think, is reshaping the business. I think that is the one space I think we would happy to discuss. And second thing is organizationally how each organization is prepared to involve and adopt AI in our core of the business. Therefore, what kind of a skills we need and what are the skills we need for the next 3 years from now, how organization prepares themselves, and how we collaborate with environment that has been academia or edutech or any of these fast digital space, how this environment supports us in terms of bridging those skill gap. I think this is the core of the discussion today, and that is how even industry is grappling with what they need to do in terms of reducing their operational expenses, enhancing their bottom line, and providing the best experience to the customer, and how fast they adopt AI in their business. Therefore, how employee upgrade their skill. I think these are the 5, 6 parameters on which entire industry is grappling with. I think that is a very relevant topic to discuss.
What about you, Mr. Shivang? How would you like to, lay foundation to this discussion today?
Yeah, thank you so much, Sugandh, for inviting on this, and feel elated to be part of this esteemed panel. The keynote address shared by Mr. Bhandari fairly addresses and brings this thing in the light that yes, AI is becoming the buzz of the town. But my thought, my take on this is that we are not. The industry should also address the skills which are being overlooked, the skills which are required, because see, machine thinking is one thing, and what about the human thinking? If I talk about uh, emotional intelligence, or if I talk about ethical conduct, blending that mix, so these are few of the skills, and in fact machine thinking is something very different from human thinking. So first of all, we should understand that we are dealing with humans in the organization. We have to have that connect, because everything can be automated, but when it cannot be, sustained and restored if there's a breakdown. So that is how we have to take it forward. And as part of the contribution, if I think about the industry, then industry should collaborate with academia to shape up the new future workforce. See, there are plenty of skills which still we keep on missing. If I talk about a very basic skill, when the MTs or the ETs join the organization, we at times feel that they are missing the connect with the organization. They are not, no, they don't have a basic etiquette of how they should be groomed, how they should be presentable to the organization. So,
Right.
if I see the Indian scenario, there's a lot of gap to be, worked on there, and there is another gap now in this new era. The kind of workforce, the expectation is there from, there's a lot of expectation from the workforce, and the workforce is also a lot of expectation. They want a very fast growth. They want their career pathing to be done. They want no to be promoted on a no 2-year basis. They want to have a tech job. They want to know have all those gadgets and everything. But are the organizations ready to take on this? Are we thinking to create a career pathing, create a roadmap for them? Uh,
Right.
hiring is a very a very basic activity nowadays. It's nothing. You plan something, you go to a campus, you hire 10 or 15 guys from one campus, you hire.
Right.
But then making a mix of it, then making them collaborate and work, then making them acclimatize to the organization is the biggest challenge which the industry faces right now in this world of AI. So my take on this is that's it.
Completely fair enough, and everybody of you, you've laid a great foundation to today's discussion for people to understand exactly what is it that they'll be grasping by the end of this panel, and they'll also be ready with a few questions like I am. Let's open the house with the first question. My first question is basis a report. So there's a report from Economic Forum data that suggests that over 44% of core skills are required across jobs that will change by 2027. Now, in your view, which future focus skills are more underestimated today by both employers and employers, which needs to come into limelight again, or which needs to be built by, let's say, employees or employers? We can start with Soumya.
So, at least what I would want to share, Sugandh, and with obvious, I think the panel will talk a lot about the tech fluency that we need. But my take is a little different. While we are rightly focusing on tech fluency, I think there are three skills which are flying under the radar. And it is more to do with the mode of skilling that we are using in the organization. So one of that is self-regulated learning. The second is on boundary spanning collaboration, and the third is on the attention control. And I'll just elaborate a bit. So when I say self-regulated learning, what most organizations do, including what Wipro does, is we do provide access to employees to a lot of platforms, right? So you have your Udemy, you may give LinkedIn Learning, and multiple access. You'll have your in-house learning centers. So when you have an environment of constant change, right, your ability to learn how to learn is more vital. So, for example, if you provide all of these accesses and you may provide maybe one or two things you may mandate for the individual's role, how exactly is it going to help the employee? How does the individual know that, yes, I have this access, but apart from the prompt which they receive from the learning or the talent skilling team, how do they leverage all of these access? How do they know what is needed for my role? How can I upskill myself, right? So that entire piece of also guiding the individual as to how to learn what you need to learn is very important, and it goes beyond just providing all of the accesses and avenues to the individual. So that is one. So how do you provide a regulated learning environment? The second is on, boundary spanning collaboration. So today when I have a project manager, right, and they're skilled in various things. So it may be on ERP. So you have someone who's looking at an SAP project. The individual will get skilled on various, within SAP on different things. So that entire learning plan is there for a tech skilling. But when I have a project manager, what I also need to remember is that this individual is, not only looking and surveying everybody who is under him or her in the project, but then they are also influencing people across domains, working with somebody in, say, US or in Mexico or in Manila, working across various cultures. So they are executing within that team, and there are multiple skills which are needed. So again, it's beyond tech fluency, right? How do I train the project manager to be for their ability to influence their counterpart, for their ability to understand the cultural legacy of somebody who is sitting in our Mexico center or in our Manila center, right?
Because
Their
the
ability,
image also
yeah.
needs to be portrayed in a manner that one, it is understood, and two, the other person who doesn't have that skill is easily able to imbibe that skill as well.
Exactly, right? So it's gone beyond that. Okay, if you are a full stack developer, then yes, this is the role is, and that's all. That's all that we do in terms of skilling. So it's about one role having so many other touch points, and how do you really look at skilling from that angle? And the third aspect, which is not just limited to employees. In fact, it affects all of us. Is also on attention control. Today, when you have a classroom session of 2-3 hours, or even a half a day, how are you able to really keep digital distractions at bay? People not attending mails, not attending team calls, or even if it's a virtual learning, right? So then this focus becomes a skill. So when something like that is there, how are you innovating to make sure that you are able to take that attention and able to divert that towards whatever you want to learn? So we are obviously experimenting with bite-sized learning, spreading it across multiple days. Again, having bite-sized challenges being shared, so that people can themselves test that, okay, how are they faring from a knowledge perspective on some of these topics. So these three things I feel are the skills which are flying under the radar for us at the moment.
Over to you, Mr. Bhaskar. I have another set of questions for you now that she's spoken of AI and automation at length. With AI and automation reshaping the roles that faster than ever, how can organizations they move from reactive reskilling to proactive, future-backed talent strategies?
Okay, as I said in my initial intro, that AI is here to be there in the business. So it is not a monster which go away from the business. So that is where the whole core of business lies. Any sector you take, AI will be here. And it's a part of the business model itself. So therefore, your human resources strategy must be aligned with that. So first of all, you need to have a learning environment within the organizations. And it's a very important that, when you're talking about AI, how you reshape the future, every organization must relook at their skill inventory as of now. They must see the set of people who can go up the value chain, who cannot reshape and who cannot be in our future journey, and where they can be utilized. I think HR plays a very important role in this issue, because business, by virtue of their fresher, they are not able to concentrate on this aspect of the organization, because human resources plays a very important role in terms of next 3 years from now, how our business and the resources must reshape to drive this business. Whether you are partnering with the collaborating with your industry partners, or you with academia, or with the LinkedIn platform or any digital platform, I think that preparation has to start now. If the organization has done now, fine. But if they're not done, It is a high time because time is running out. If you are not prepared today, you will not be able to address 2027. Leave it. I think 2026 more important because the way we are progressing and the way we are talking, way the reshaping the business, I think every day is important for us to how we reshape the organization culture. And this is cannot happen 1 day's effort or 2 days effort. As a leader at the human resource space, you must have that vision of building your resource pool talent for the next 3 years, how you need to reshape, how you need to build, how you need to reskill the organizations, and whatever it takes, you need to start today.
Mr. Bhaskar, do you also feel that in order to bring about certain changes, the onus only lies on the leader, and that creates a kind of a baggage that they have to set examples for their fellow employees?
Yeah, that is very important. See, as I said, the leadership plays a very important role. Leadership must have this kind of a thought process across the organizations, and whether the leader at the top or at the human resource space, whoever drive that vision must take the lead in terms of enlightening the people that what is 3 years ahead of us now, and how do we reshape the organization or realign the organization for the future business challenges. Leadership plays a very important role. I think HR, CHRO, or the CPO must take the driver's seat in terms of resource management, resource alignment, and taking every leaders in the organizations along with him in terms of driving this agenda. Otherwise, HR will be moving in one direction, business will be moving another direction, and there will be no collaborations. It is very important at the helm of HR. They must be in a position to align with every business vertical, every leader within the organizations, and so that everybody is on the same page, so that you drive the organization as far as talent as alignment is concerned in the one direction.
Very well said, Mr. Bhaskar. Thank you so much. My next question to Mr. Arun. The recent LinkedIn Workforce Learning report, it is highlighting the growing demand for soft skills, like adaptability and critical thinking, even in highly technical roles. How do you think are organizations balancing this deep technical upskilling with broader human capability building while there are many other myriad of the skills which are required to be learned and to be embedded. But in this age, how do you think soft skills are taking a center stage apart from, surrounding yourself with technical skills?
Absolutely, this is a great question, Sugandh. I mean, most of the organization now struggling with the soft skill because the technical skill or technical aspects. I mean, everyone is great in terms of like the traditional education we have in India. I mean, we have to study whatever there in the book, but we are not studying like what we are going to get in the future. Because anyway, I mean, after our study, we have to come to our like corporate world. Like in corporate world, it's very much required to have soft skill. I mean, soft skill demand is really high now. There are multiple organizations that are coming up with the idea like how they can bring soft skill into the education. So, say for example, they are bringing like practical based education, and they are bringing like corporate based education. So, wherein I mean, they are collaborating with different corporate to understand like what is their need. Probably after a certain point of time when they move to corporate, they should know those skills before they're moving to corporate. Though I mean, technical skill is very important, but soft skill is equally important to move it to corporate. I have like few point in terms of like soft skill, how we can bring soft skill to our like next generation or our future skill. So there are like we need to create like integrated learning path, how the learning path should look like. Okay, I mean, they have completed their fair education of like 16 or 20 years of education. So when they move from that education, they should know few things. And instead of like treating technical and soft skill training as separate track, integrated them into unified learning pathway. For example, a data science program might include module on data visualization and storytelling like communication. They should know how they can communicate that technical skill to a non-technical person. So most of the time, I mean, CEO and CFO, they are not technical, but how we are going to communicate them that this thing we are developing for our organization, that would require soft skill, right? That would require storytelling, how we can do that. And then how we need to develop our soft skill. So there are like different kind of approach we need to follow, like develop soft skill within the context of technical projects. So when we are going for a technical project, we need to involve our project manager to bring a kind of like soft skill there, to know how they are going to project that, or how they are going to sell that project to like stakeholder or client, that this is how they are going to do this in the organization. So these are the like two things I feel like we need to develop in the organization. And mostly or importantly, I would say uh, whatever study or whatever education we are providing, be it B school or be it engineering school, we should collaborate with the corporate to understand like what is the required. I mean, what is the future skill required after like 2 years or 3 years. Based on that, they should create a kind of curriculum which includes in their like education, which can develop during education itself, rather than, I mean, moving it to corporate and giving the like skill. So I would like to give you an example. I mean, recently we hired some fresher. So they are very good in terms of education. They are academically like above 90%. But when they are
Okay.
academically like above 90%, they are missing with little soft skill, because they are more focused on the study, because our parents, in Indian parents, always say, oh, you have to get like 90% mark. You should not think about other things. But they are not thinking beyond their study. They are only thinking about their study. Oh, I have done this. I have done this. But what you need to do in terms of soft skill when you are going to get join a stakeholder meeting, how we are going to deliver that kind of product, or how we are going to deliver or present that thing, they are not able to do that, because they are more focused on the study and they are more focused on the education. So
So
this
do
is
you
what I am.
are you also imparting this, that this is something that is not being taught in, like, let's say, colleges or schools? The focus has always been to seek an X amount, an X number of percentage for you to be able to get selected into corporate realm. But when you go out for interviews, interviewers today too are looking in for soft skills, which they're not taught in institutions, by the way, because they're not, the thought process is not embedded in them. They always feel that if we get good percentages, when we're going to get into a good corporate realm, is when we're going to earn. But you think, and I also feel, that there is a gap of training kids on how well they're supposed to go out for interviews and what kind of skills they need to embed while going out for interviews, which is not taught in institutions, is what I can got from your conversation.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember one quote from Abdul Kalam, Dr. Abdul Kalam, like he always say that education is definitely great, but when, I mean, you can't accumulate or like accumulate your culture or behavior, then your education is nothing. I mean, you need to bring that kind of behavior or culture to the corporate. Though you are like topper in your college and you know everything, but when you are talking to the leader, you need to know like how we are going to present that and how we are going to deliver that. It should not be that, oh, I know everything. I can't listen to anyone. I mean, I whatever I know, I have to do it. So this kind of like skill or kind of culture we need to bring it to the table, to ensure that they should get ready after before completing their education when they move to corporate.
Also, cross-sector collaborations and learning ecosystems are emerging trends in closing skill gaps. What kind of partnership models between corporates and academic and edtech do you see, driving real and measurable outcomes? Mr. Shivank, you can go ahead with it.
So, well articulated, Arun. I agree to somewhat extent what you have said, but I see that yes, in the current scenario in the country, we are breaking the barrier, and now the corporates are collaborating with the academia also, and the academia has also started looking for creating the workforce which is more presentable and which can quickly acclimatize to the corporate. But still we are lagging a lot. If I talk in terms of developing countries or something, I will give a very common example. I visited to MIT Manipal campus. I got noticed of there are 10 technical societies which are there, but what they are doing is not what industry requires. What kind of innovation and collaboration they can do with the industry, or maybe something of that sort, is not. They are doing just a tech war, or maybe a competition on coding or something or that, like, which is a very basic thing at nowadays if I see for tech jobs. So my take on this is that industry, yes, but we have started a bit of doing it. We see in power industry, the technician is a very basic job. So we have collaborated with IITs and ITIs also, and we have started working on imparting soft skills to the technicians and to the persons who are going through certifications and diploma through our CSR program. But it is not, again, I will say, it is not going to bridge the gap. Because we need to go to more to the colleges, to the BTech colleges or to the technical colleges. We need to see the curriculum. We need to collaborate, because see, there's no direct linkage. College has a responsibility of giving them degree, and they are not breaking that stereotype. So industry should do this advocacy, should bring that on the discussion table, should collaborate, should have some responsibility, because those people are going to work in our organizations only, and the challenge which we face is there, still there. Second part on this, I would suggest that managers should not be only task managers; they should be skill managers. See, they have a lot of responsibility. HR, if is providing manpower to any of the functions, it is not that yes, HR has provided, now it is the baby of HR, and now they are going to groom him, now they are going to train him, now they are going to make him productive. No, it is the responsibility of the business also to take care of him. We have got a certain set of employees to the organization with certain skill set, with certain acumen, with certain EQ, but now they should also collaborate. So the managers should be skill managers. And my second thought on this would be ki we should break that conventional thought of no hiring employee, and with a steady growth you're taking him in the organization. You should break it. You should hire an employee. You should make him such well developed, skill ready, that whenever there's a requirement, you can easily shift him. Last
But
is
then
thought
don't
is
you
that,
think the skills need to be embedded from the institutional point of view as well? Because everything and every manpower and every raw material that you're going to invest in an employee that you're
yes.
hiring, then what is it that you're getting from an institution? Is it just a degree that you're expecting that they're supposed to have a certain degrees when we're going to give them an incoming and rest? The grooming and the skill, development is what we're going to do. So, what is it that you're expecting from institutions? How should they come to you from an institution?
See, Sugandh, I was in a discom business. Now, eventually, I am now into smart metering. Then renewables is growing. Then other discoms are coming. So I cannot, I can do manpower planning, but I cannot predict each and every part of it. So for that, uh, academia, if I talk about, yes, the degree is there, the acumen is there, the adaptability and all has to be done by the organization. So it is not only the responsibility of no academia, it is the responsibility of the industry also to develop his workforce as per his need. And one should also prepare the workforce and the business, create a market place within the organization. Today, I am requiring people. I have upskilled them, so I am able to shift them to some other business. And again, I have created a nursery. I will pick up few people and place it accordingly as per the vacancy. So that is how, because see, if I go for hiring an engineer in power trading, I may not find it that easy, and that too my cycle time will be also disturbed, plus the other nuances, the cost and everything is there. So if I have made somebody groomed and developed, I have created a pipeline, I can easily shift to a new business.
Okay. Also, Mr. Shivang, my question to you only. Do you also feel that employees also, when they're applying for certain, let's say yours is a renewable energy that they're applying into, or any segment that they get into, they should have some prerequisite skills within them before going for the interview? Or do you think that is also an onus of the organization in order to groom them into having certain skills?
This is you're talking about at the entry level.
Right.
So yes, see, if there is a power company which is coming out, and if we are going to hire people from electrical engineering, then they should at least be aware and ready to go and work for that job through the academia, where academia will prepare them with respect to power industry, the current scenario in the industry, the kind of requirement skill required to do the job. I'll again come to a very small example of which we face as a challenge. In academia, they don't do any kind of safety training, and in power industry, safety is a very very niche skill. It was earlier very underrated, but now it's the one of the very key skills which is required, and we don't find people in the academic sessions or in their curriculum there is something related to safety. So that is a very niche skill, and if academy prepares him, if academy at least tells him about PPE, about protective equipments, about related activities, about various accident scenario, about safety zones and etc., then he will be at least able to work in a very safe environment. He'll be able to acclimatize, he'll be able to conduct that operation. I have seen people, the engineers who are not able to do a basic activity of rec in rec out, which is a very basic activity which is required to operate a panel. So that confidence, that kind of knowledge, that kind of skill which is required is to be done at the academic level only.
Fair enough, Mr. Shivang. Soumya and all others. So it's an open question wherein I would require your inputs, everybody's inputs, so that we could collate and we could collaboratively come to an end of what the panel looks like. Now, as the hybrid work becomes the norm, how can companies design skilling programs that are equally accessible and impactful for on-site, remote, and gig workers in the combined format? We can begin with Soumya.
Sure. So, with hybrid and also maybe gig models, right? Everybody's experimenting with multiple things. So, one major thing is I don't think access is equal to equity, right? So, design matters more than distribution. Just because you're providing access to multiple people and that is available for everybody who is there, I don't think that is enough. So, one has to explore with a multi format delivery. So, do you offer skill programs in both bite sized mobile modules, for example, which you can access anytime, right? Or, and there are in depth virtual cohorts because I think peer learning as well as people coming together to learn itself has it, especially in a virtual world where the only time that you may connect with your colleague is over something like this, or when there is some escalation or some meeting like that. So the only place where you could learn together would be a virtual cohort. So multi-format delivery is definitely one of the things which would work for a hybrid model. The second is like we have experimented also with, and I'm sure it's pretty common now, wherein you host challenges and people can then go ahead pick up that as a challenge and then go ahead, work on it, and submit their. And I mean more from a tech background, right? So there is a technical challenge. It may not be related to your particular project, but you are interested in a certain space. So then we do have a platform where we host all of these tech challenges, and then all our associates are encouraged to go ahead and pick up what is of their interest, work on it, deliver to it, and then they get rewarded for it. So it's not related to your project. It's an area of interest. It may be an area of aspiration as well. It helps you build connects, and it is meeting your own individual need, or whatever aspirations that you had, or your own learning need. That itself is one aspect. The second, I think, is how do you also build coaching and mentoring touch points even in a digital program. So for that, for example, we have in our organization a cohort of all folks who are highly skilled in a certain digital space. So they come together, and that group provides thought leadership, provides, and they are the first port of call when there is anything related to that technology, which may not be directly linked to their own projects, but then they call themselves at the experts or SMEs in a certain skill. So they are the human anchors, right? So if I look up to this group of people who are, say, I'm just taking a lay example, but say in a digital space, or if they are in something like that highly qualified, and there are 10 people that I know, then I'm also encouraged to probably skill myself in a similar thing and be part of this cohort. So, and the individuals are not only getting skilled, getting the recognition, but they are also mentoring the people who are under them. So even in digital first programs, how do you build certain coaching and mentoring incentives? And then finally, from a skilling point of view, which may or may not be addressed typically, is incentives for participation. So how do you use milestone rewards? Can there be a learning wallet? Do you give micro bonuses to motivate gig or remote learners? I mean, what is there in it for me? If you make it mandatory, then I'm just going to like skip through the whole thing just to get that certification. But otherwise, if you want to really make sure that I learn it, so what is the kind of incentive that can be built for the individual to skill themselves? So those are some of the things that I feel are the models we can use
Now,
for.
may we running short of time? I need responses from all of us. Let's move to Arun sir. Please give your viewpoints on the same, sir.
No, this is, I mean, what Soumya mentioned, I mean, this is absolutely right. But one thing, I mean, I can vouch in here, like AI is the most important tool for learning now. I would say like how it will impactful. So, I mean, there are like tools available in the market now, because recently I have implemented for my team to understand, like to have a kind of test, because one of my friend, I mean, he offered me that tool. He said, Arun, just check this tool. So I implemented that tool to understand like how my team members are getting trained, and how whether they are using the right time, or whether they are using the right concept to learn that. Because we have lots of online training, as Bhandari sir also mentioned, right? So there are multiple like Udemy, LinkedIn, every platform is there. But whether they are just taking, doing the training only for the certification, or they are really getting into the training, so that app will tell you and give you a kind of like analysis. Oh, Arun, I mean, you are not doing the right training. Probably you need to spend another 30 minutes. You have done your training, but you are not getting into the right kind of like picture. So these are the things, I mean, I would say like in hybrid model, these are the platform, I mean, we have to use to ensure that it's not a kind of monitoring tool, but definitely it will give me as an individual to understand whether I have done the training properly, or I need something differently. I need to do the training differently to understand the concept. This is one thing. And secondly, like as Soumya mentioned, one thing, like we have to ensure that our managers are finding the right skill gap of the team member, and they need to allocate the right training or right skill to those team member, because that is a kind of like development program. We need to ensure that every manager should think about their team's growth and team learning skill. So these are the two things, I mean, I can vouch for it. But I mean, rest everything what Soumya mentioned, absolutely agree on that.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Pandari, anything else you would want to add to it? Since I know that Soumya has summed it up so beautifully that it actually covers every other aspect to it, and she's actually taken center stage into this response of taking, clues from everyone else. But anything else apart from what she's already said, you would like to add to it?
I think the India's hybrid model is here to stay. The flexibility is the key. But while technology can be learned through digital learning, but my only worry is that how you get the human skill development, basically the leadership, because leadership and other human skills are learned by watching someone else. It is not learned through digital space. You can read entire Harvard book, but it doesn't improve your human skill. So I think in the hybrid model, one of the biggest challenges is that how you develop leadership skill, active listening, communication skill, empathy, emotional intelligence. These are all learned in the work environment by seeing other leaders. But this is the one big challenge. I think there is no time to discuss how we do that, but I'm sure industry leaders are again finding a solution to develop these skills through in a remote work environment. I will not spend much time.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Shivang, over to you. We would like to hear some last few words with regards to this aspect that we've chosen.
So anything which is accessible, which is affordable, and which can be made to learn to the employees, yes, definitely going to work on. But my take on this is a bit different. See, today's there are various platforms, and they are providing you certifications, cheap certification options also. But is it now no really impacting? We need to check on that. What Arun has said, yes, very rightly said, Arun. We need to check how viable it is, and is it going to be helping in us the productivity wise or innovation wise or anything. So training is a very debatable and a very big topic, not taking much of it. But yes, we should always create a mix in the organization of the academia, and we should partner with the business. The certifications and all those things which we are planning to do or we are going to do should get through the business concurrence also, because anything which is ultimately they are the end users. So it is not, again I will say, it is now not only things pertaining to HR. It is the part of the organization. It has to be owned by the business, and they have to also partner, and they have to give their concurrence. They have to help in partner develop these things. So my take on this is that, and it was a great conversation. Thanks again to Sugandh for connecting with Soumya, Mr. Bandari, Mr. Arun. Thank you so much for being part of this panel.
Well, it's a pleasure for us, to get you all onto the same boat, speak with you, and learn from your experiences. It was indeed a very insightful panel discussion wherein everybody could give in their viewpoints along with the examples that they could quote. Because it's much easier to understand with your real life examples that you've been dealing on daily basis. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us. It was really a pleasure speaking with you all.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. It
Thank
was a
you.
great pleasure to
Thank you.
connect with you all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so
Thank you.
much,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks
Thanks.
all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I will now welcome my group editor, Mr. Rajneesh Dey. He'll be taking ahead with the next few panels. So your mic is mute.
Thanks, Sugandh. Good morning to all the viewers. Welcome to the second APAC NextGen HR Summit. We just finished a very insightful panel discussion talking about bridging the skill gap, and now we are proceeding with the second panel discussion of the morning. This will focus on the growing role of talent acquisition in the overall HR landscape, and especially with AI becoming all pervasive, the talent acquisition dynamics are changing across organizations. So it will be my pleasure to invite the panelists. It's a very power-packed panel for this discussion. Let me welcome Priya Tikare, Director and Head HR, Lenovo India. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, nice to be here.
Sure. Next, we have Bhakti Shirke, Director Talent Acquisition from Licious.
Good morning, everybody,
Welcome,
and
ma'am.
it
Good
is
morning.
glad to have this forum, be a part of this forum.
Thanks. Next, I'd like to welcome Suresh Kumar Shivaraj, CHRO of Muthoot FinCorp.
Hi.
Good morning, sir,
Good morning.
and welcome to the panel discussion. Next, we have Om Prakash J, Director HR of Atos. He might be joining in soon. In the meantime, let me welcome Niket Gupta, Head Talent Acquisition and Campus from Mintra.
Morning, everybody. Good to
Good
be part of the
morning.
panel.
Warm welcome. I think without further ado, one person, Mr. Om Prakash, will be joining in soon. So we will get ahead with the panel. I am Rajneesh Dey. I am the group editor of APAC Media, and I am sure our panelists will share very deep insights, and that will help the viewers who are representing HR department of different organizations in looking at the new dynamics that are emerging in the whole talent acquisition domain. So I will start with a common question for all panelists. This AI thing, as we all know, is over pervasive across enterprises. It's just not only a disruption now that has, I will say, altered the entire dynamics and operations, how enterprises are functioning. So, my question is the impact of AI on HR as a whole. From a couple of fronts. One, typically HR has been looked as a support function earlier, but now it's no more with AI. One, HR has become a strategic component of business for most enterprises, and also with predictive analytics and things which are emerging for sourcing. So, what sort of advantages will AI offer for HRs to sort of identify very niche talent and in niche focus areas? So, basically, a couple of areas that I'm looking at. One, the advantages of AI for HR, or what fundamental changes in the HR functions have AI impacted? And two is how have you noticed the transformation of HR more from a support function to a more strategic component of business growth? I'll start with you, Priya.
Thank you for the question. It's an important question. At Lenovo, we have come a long way in this space of becoming just a support function to a strategic partner. Talent acquisition team now advises our leaders on market realities, the insights, what are the skill gaps and workforce trends, like even the work models, right? Like how's the hybrid model working, the skills, etc. So they even help us with the compensation benchmarking. So these are some of the things they are already doing. By doing this, they have started influencing our headcount planning, workforce planning, location strategy as well, right? When we wanted to expand certain business, they were able to let us know about the location strategy and even product success by getting the right talent at the right time. They have also integrated into our workforce planning, leadership succession planning, firmly positioning it as a growth enabler and not a support function anymore. So that is the first part of your question on how they are contributing or emerging as a strategic partner. The second part on AI and how what are the advantages, you asked me, what are the advantages we have
So AI can help us identify emerging skill sets, not just by, you go through the title of a resume and find out that what is somebody doing, what are the skills available. Today, the AI is able to analyze the work histories, the learning paths, the career trajectories, and by doing so, they are able to find out those niche skills where the talent pool is still evolving. That is one advantage I could think of. The second one is you talked about the uh, predictive analytics. So that helps us in terms of our proactive hiring. We can anticipate where the talent gap must be, looking at how the market is moving or even the internal talent. And then we are able to start engaging pretty early on. And perhaps most powerfully, DEI is an important area that we are looking into, and in that space, AI is able to help us with removing the unconscious bias. So, with AI, TA has become sharper, inclusive, and even future ready.
Thank you. Thank you. I will come back on the two important points you mentioned on the location strategy and product strategy, and how the TA, the HR function overall is impacting those. I'll come back to you later on more details on that area.
Sure.
Bhakti, I'll come to you next with the same question.
Sure.
Basically, two things. One, I would like to understand, maybe assess both the pros and cons of AI in HR. And two is the evolution of HR from a more a support kind of function to a strategic component of the business. Bhakti.
Certainly. So I think Priya has covered all the insights wonderfully, and that is something that each one of us on the panel would resonate with. So, to answer your question, being a strategic partner, we've always been called the business partners for about a decade now, and while the nomenclature have been coined, we have literally started getting a seat at the table. So that's something that has evolved in the recent few years. Having said so, how is AI supporting the recruitment processes? um, in addition to what Priya has covered, um, I personally feel the employee experience or the candidate experience is very pivotal. How the candidates perceive us as an employer brand. So whether it be deriving strategies with regards to your employer value proposition, or to have the bot based responses for candidates, um, or it could be as important as the screening of the resumes being done. um, because these all metrics are very important for us as TA leaders. Our time to hire, our quality of hire. So we have been leveraging AI to have the candidate profiles screened, which when humanly done would consume about 10x of time that potentially we have been which has been potentially reduced with AI. So that is one of the major value adds. Also, with regards to the candidate sentiment, because when people are active job seekers, it is very disgruntling for them if they do not hear back from the employers. While in my present organization, the kind of volume of recruitments that we have been doing is very limited. But in the past organizations where we had annually more than 30,000 people or joining in, um, I clearly remember on the ATS we would get more than 6 lakhs of applications every single month. And with a lean recruitment team, it was a Herculean task to acknowledge each and every applicant manually. So that particular piece has been really made effortless or really made efficient with AI, that each and every applicant gets a response on where their candidate status is. So that being the pro, you asked what were the cons. So because AI is majorly dependent on the machine learning and inputs that are available on the internet, on the open source internet that we're talking about. So there are biases. So for instance, while we were taking out some metrics with regards to closing about, or some analytics we were deriving with regards to engineering roles. So by construct in India, the diversity, um, or the gender specific uh, uh, to women in the engineering colleges is very limited. So, but that particular data became the base for the AI to, uh, help us with inputs or help us with analytics with regards to what was, how should the diversity mix look like. Having said so, the number of women being educated at the engineering colleges should not be the base for us to hire or not hire those many amount of women. So because the data in the AI systems is fed through machines, there are biases that come out or that are very evident in the analytics that are thrown by them. So yeah, those would be my 2 cents on your questions.
Thanks. I would say a couple of points you focused on, and very important. Basically, when there is a mass hiring or a large scale hiring happening, when the speed of hire with the quality of hire, the need to balance that, and very important point you mentioned, exactly, gender disparity in engineering colleges should not dictate the biases that. Okay, maybe we'll take up some part of these in details with you in the next round. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I'll come to Suresh now with the same question. One, in terms of in your experience or in your organization, how has AI impacted the HR function? And overall, how do you see the evolution of HR from a support to a mainstream business function now? Suresh.
So I think in this panel, no, I'm little unique. You have I have panel member who are from IT and then e-commerce. And I come from the financial sector. So and also not only that difference, there is another difference that the age. I think I belong to a HR era where we used to write not emails. We used to write in the carbon copy. We used to write notes for approval. I think that may be kind of a news for my panel members. So I come from that era, and that era, the topic of all the HR conference used to be how the human resources function can be the business driver or business partners. And believe me, more than two and a half decades, the topic has not changed, Rajneesh. Okay, so it shows that where is the mind share and how is the focus of human resources professional. Because we had been talking about some two and a half decade, I can say 3 decades, we are talking about the same topic. It's still we have not reached there. Okay, this is on the first, which I would like to focus on. How we had been, how the revolution has happened in the human resources function from managing administration, managing labor, union, and the compliances part, and then how we have evolved as a professional where we focus on talent development, we focus on well well-being, comprehensive development of our talent. That is the era we have reached. When I made a initial point, it doesn't mean that we have not evolved. We have evolved throughout the years. And uh, very specific to the technology. So I have touched on the mindset of being a business partner, or how can we be the business driver, or how we can hands on hand go with the business in terms of getting business delivered. So we have come a long way, where we now focus on, for example, if I have to take our organization, okay, So we have a clear-cut annual business plan driven. The strategy for long-term, short-term is clearly defined where the organization want to reach, and then we align our HR strategy there, and from there we pick up everything how we bring it down to the last mile to connect that strategy, by a proper performance management system wherein we have taken the complete control of it, where any employee who logs into the PMS system, he should be able to see month on month what was his target, where he has achieved. He can check in because of the technology. The technology has enabled that I am able to see what I am contributed directly to the organization's requirement or organization expectation. Okay, that's the one point where I feel we have leveraged the technology to kind of ensure that the business, if my CEO sits and he is able to see what was the organization target and where we have reached, because the whole system, the tree of the from the bottom till top, what has been the performance, and he is able to see, and we can always do all the analysis to see where we are in terms of which product we are not doing well, or which business line or the SBU is not performing. So I think that linkage of BMS to percolate down the organization's objective into actionable is being done by us. So that is being appreciated. That has happened because of technology. First thing. Okay. So now I will come to the topic where we are going to talk about the TA, what we have done. As far as technology is concerned, I will tell you how the era has evolved. First era was doing everything manually. I still remember there used to be time office where you have to mark, there used to be card, you have to punch in the machine, it will show what time check in. Then while going back, they had to punch in, that used to be, there used to be time office, and there used to be huge set of people sitting. Like Bhakti will have one card for her leave record, okay, when she has taken leave, what was her leave balance, and then manually it used to be done. Okay, today we cannot think about it. It's not at all there. Okay, it doesn't come into the new generation workforce. They cannot even think that there was an era when we used to write that leave record. So the technology has evolved, and we have adopted to the technology. And when you see today, for talent acquisition or overall human resources function, how the technology is helping. The AI is the current what we are talking about. First was how do we automate things so that we make our life easy, as well as give a good experience and services to our employees. Because that time also business was not in mind. How do we take care of the employee, how these services, HR services, can be delivered to the employee so that we make their life comfortable, as well as the human resources functions life comfortable instead of having very manual aspects. Okay, and now the era which I am talking about, the expectation is completely different. I will tell you what we are doing in our organization. We have started creating role-wise success profiles. When I say role-wise success profile, we delve into our own organization, our best talent, what are their attributes, okay, from education to experience to skill, everything. And we have identified a predictive model for success profile, which will ensure that whenever we are looking for the particular role, that success profile will come into play, and it will match with the external candidate and trying to tell you where you are in terms of the ranking of that individual. If you see all this current portals or HRMS systems, okay, is able to give you that predictive, but that is based on the job description, not on the success profiling. Okay, we have created success profiling based on which the system will throw the ranking, not instead of JD. So that's one. Okay, technology also can give you now. I can have a social profiling of an individual, because everybody, whether Bhakti, Priya, or Rajneesh, all of us in the public, either in the LinkedIn, Facebook, Insta, or X, or anywhere we are there. Okay, how do we behave? What kind of comments we make can make a social profiling of you, and can let us know that whether the person is culturally suitable for you, how he behaves in group kind of scenario, how he manages the adversities, critical comments made on his posting. So that gives you a overall feel. Previously, it was not there, but today it is available on your desktop. You can always look at in shortlisting profiling. Okay. Third, it brings in a lot of efficiency into you, because I can say my organization, I run a paperless office, a human resources function, where basically I don't require from the joining to retirement, I don't require a paper to be given to any employee. He has everything on his phone or on his email. Okay, nothing in the paper. So efficiency has improved because I have 1,400 people joining in 4,000 locations. Okay, every month, month on month. How do I manage seamless joining of this individual? How do I ensure the quality is taken care? Because I have 50, 60 my hiring managers sitting across the country trying to hire. How do they take care of that quality? How do I ensure that seamless experience of the person from recruitment to his joining? Technology helps me in doing that, apart from predictive analysis. So sorry I have taken
Okay.
some time, but this is overall what I personally feel the journey which we have
Perfect.
taken.
Perfect. So, success profiling is one of the very critical points that you raised, and obviously how it overall enhances the efficiency. Great. Sorry. Niket, I'll come to you next. Again, the same question briefly. If you can talk about how AI has sort of impacted in your experience the HR function, and if you can trace the evolution of HR to a more critical business function today.
Thanks, Rajneesh. Thanks for having me. And my co-panelist did cover some points. Let me also share some experiences how AI has shaped the way Mentra recruits. So today we have a system which is truly, in all sense, helps us out in stack ranking a candidate. So no matter we have 1,000 or 10,000 candidate pool, our system on a contextual search basis stack rank the top 10 profiles or top 20 profiles and help the recruiter to reduce down the time in terms of finding the right fit. That's the first. Second, we do have a predictive analytics which helps us in finding what kind of a skill set will take a longer time basis our past records and keep ourselves ready in kinds of in hiring. Third, our HR analytics team uses predictive analytics to find which set of cohort in the organization may expect an attrition. This is similar to what Lenovo has been using and other companies have been also using. That predictive analytics decides what attrition comes in and which sector or which segment of the employees need to be attended to. So Mintra as an organization believes in early planning and early warning systems, and that's what we've been using AI and technology to. So that's what we've been doing. Happy to deep dive into any other topic if you, Rajneesh.
Thank you. So the contextual profiling part again would be critical. So now I'll come back to each panelist with a specific question, and just we want to discuss more things, and I'll request each panelist to be very precise and succinct with the answers. I'll start with you, Priya, again. We talked about the location strategy and the product strategy you mentioned in the beginning. Now the question is two things which have become one, the hybrid work model, which was there in India, but after COVID, that has sort of become mainstream, the work from anywhere kind of thing. And the gig models have also sort of now gained mainstream acceptance. Now, this has also helped sort of expanding the entire talent pool on a global front. Now, as a TA leader, how can you leverage this shift to attract more niche talent? And at the same time, there are issues like compliances, other inclusivity challenges are there, but how do you ensure this whole balance?
Thank you for the question, and I'll try to keep it brief, right? Lenovo currently is following the hybrid work model, and not just that, we also have option for people to have working totally remote and also in certain places on shift. So, hybrid work model and gig models have opened up access to a lot of talent across geographies, especially for niche to how to fight talents. Earlier, we were restricted to just a particular location or a particular country, but then now with hybrid and gig models, you can work from anywhere. So this has actually opened up talent across geographies and locations, I would say. So how can TA leaders use this opportunity? I think the TA team can use this by sourcing beyond the traditional markets, so that there are no restriction when it comes to a location or a particular market or a country, and building a strong employer brand, and highlight all the flexibility and the growth that each of this come along with. At the same time, when we are doing this, we'll have to be extremely careful and mindful about the compliance and being fair to people who are going to be working in different time zones. So, working with legal teams, we work very closely with our legal folks, and they are great consultants with us. So, we have to work with legal teams to follow the local laws and ensure that our hiring process stays very inclusive, especially for those in the remote and gig workers across time zones and also the background. See, end of the day, it's about balancing the reach with responsibility, attracting the best talent while doing it in the right way.
Thank you.
Ajnish, back to
Uh,
you.
Sure, thanks. Bhakti, I'll come to you. You mentioned about the speed and the quality of hire and asked. So this balancing is a major challenge. And one I would like to understand from your experience, how do you look at that? And the earlier part you mentioned about the biases which are inherent in many of these AI mechanisms. So how do you overcome that or mitigate that bias challenge?
Certainly. Thanks. Wonderful questions. So, the speed and agility, like each one of the panelists would agree, is extremely essential in talent acquisition. Because whenever there's a resignation in our organization, or there's a new department planning or a new headcount planning that comes through, the incumbent in that position should have joined as of yesterday. So that is the kind of demand that most of our business stakeholders come with. So would like to reiterate that I mentioned before. Um, we have synced AI into our application tracking systems, the ATS, and uh, the candidate profiling, or the screening has become very swift, or will become very faster as compared to the manual assessments. Having said so, the biases that come through, because there's a certain candidate persona. So like uh, usually the hiring managers, they do prefer people from B schools, or the tier one technology academic institutions. So to let go of those biases, of course, AI cannot overcome the emotional quotient, that, or the EQ quotient. That's why we do have manual HR interventions as well, because if we start delegating everything to AI, then what is the kind of value add that we as HR leaders, or HR professionals across our teams would have? So it's a fair balance of human interventions alongside the AI interventions, but particularly would help us mitigate the unconscious bias or the system-led bias that comes through with leveraging AI. That would be my bit.
Thank you. So we come back to the age-old thing, balancing between the manual intervention as well as the AI interventions. Great. In this light, I'll come to you, Suresh, and there's a question from our audience panel. And as you mentioned in your earlier round about the significant number of hiring that you are doing monthly on a monthly basis across your teams. So I'd like to understand how does your organization ensure that this talent acquisition is not just about attracting, but also anticipating the right talent at the right time, because that's very important.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think my fellow colleagues are helping me in the panel of giving me more time because they are very short and sweet and scripts. I am not able to. Okay, so let me take the liberty of consuming more time. So thank
Sure,
you so
sure.
much. my co-panelists. See, okay. One is that all of us will agree that availability of the talent in the market is not there, and whatever is available also never had been 100% requirement of any organization. I'm leaving the cultural part aside. I'm just talking about the capability or the competencies which are functional and behavioral competency which we look for from the candidates. That is always rare in the market now. So, how we are getting it, we have approached our strategy has been how do we create resources and different sources of getting the manpower, okay, for us or the talent for us. Okay. So basically, for that, I will just give a brief that all our businesses happens from the branches or our centers, whether it is a mortgages center or the branches where we do gold loan business. Apart from gold loan, all other product which is required for the middle class and the lower middle class uh, target group for us. Our TG is that, and for that we mostly require our frontline officers who basically serve to the customers, and that is what is most of our 80 to 85% of our requirement is. Okay. The industry, if you see, the attrition is around 35 to 40%, but we are much below that. We are around 22% regrettable attrition, and so the replacement keep happening. If you don't have resources in the branches, your business gets impacted. So how to ensure that you create those sources through that you have continuous supply of the talent, you have freshers, you have lateral hire. So we have created multiple sources. Okay, one is, yeah, obviously day to day, day in day out, you churn out from the job portal, whatever it may be, Naukri, LinkedIn, or all whatever, Apna, Shine, any name, you name any, we have all those accesses, and our people are expert in sourcing those profiles. That's one. Okay, second set of the NAT scheme which government has implemented. We have utilized that opportunity of the government also, which is basically apprenticeship, which you have the availability of the resources for a year, 6 months to a year. We utilize that resources also, so we ensure that talent is also coming in. Either they prove themselves and get absorbed, or we give a certificate, at least they get employed somewhere. So that's another source. We have also signed up with hire, train, and deploy partners, where they are on behalf of us, they can take the people, then we put them through our training program, a small 40 hours training program. Then we ensure that they come to the branches to have a branch immersion. So you see, there are multiple kind of sources being used, and then campus, we have tie up with the campuses. Okay, for branch manager trainees, we branch managers we hire from the B schools, and for different level we have different programs. Okay, but as an organization, what we have decided that at an entry level role, 20% will be from outside, or for a middle level role also 20% will be outside. 80% we will trying to create our internal resources who will mid and senior level, who will be elevated from within the organization. So we have a clear cut career progression plan, we have clear cut succession planning. So this is how overall we are addressing our talent requirement. So we are also trying to kind of look at signing up MOU with colleges to specifically offer our courses in the colleges, so that already they are ready with basic skill which we require, and they know which organization they're going to join and what kind of job they're going to do. So all this put together, I can say that we are able to kind of hire right talent in our organization. And basic quality check we have kept, because different areas people join, different geography people have joined. So we have kind of put in certain kind of test and psychometry or aptitude, which is gamified version, which is very fun to take the test, not the old method of which is online, so that ensures that basic check on the quality is also being done, because it's across the country we hire. We also run through credit score, for because they are coming in the financial industry. We run past the credit score, certain level of credit lower than certain threshold, we don't hire them, because the integrity is a questionable, because they are going to be in the financial industry. So these are the
Sure.
basic things we are doing in nutshell, if I had to tell you.
Thanks for elucidating us on this. Niket, you focused on the importance of profiling, both the success and social profiling. So, one addendum I'll ask you. So, once you are profiling, but how are the TA teams
Mhm.
collaborating across the different business functions, other business functions of the organization, the HR, the marketing, the other LOBs, so that overall you have a very authentic kind of talent narrative. How does that collaboration or synchronization happen?
So for us, the common thread which stretch across all the teams is our EVP, our employer value proposition. Whatever we narrate as a story, right from our job description to our candidate communication to our uh, discussions, we ensure that, and including our assessments as well, we do ensure that our EVP is the forefront and the stitching thread across. Second, there are values and or what we call as trait. We call it magic. It has its own acronym, and I can explain that on a long later debate. But the idea is that any assessment which happens across organizations happens on these magic values, so that we understand the person's larger culture fitment to the organization. And that's been so embedded in the organization that today any hire across the board has a magic value assessment attached to it. And even if you hiring at an entry level or a leadership level, that is a must. Definitely leadership has a larger assessment, but these are the basic ones which helps us to keep the narrative common and across uniform across all the hirings.
Thank you. Thank you. So before we conclude, I'll come to each panelist very briefly, 30 seconds to each panelist. From a TA perspective, what's the one most important, significant, or critical measure or step or initiative, whatever you call, you're likely to adopt, say, over the next 6, 7 quarters? I'll start with you, Priya. I think you are on mute. Priya, you are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I said it's easy to pick if it is one, and definitely that is AI powered recruitment. We are in the journey already, and most of our metrics, everything is aligned around that. We are enabling our recruiters also to get into that. So if you want me to pick up one, and that would be AI powered recruitment.
Thank you. Bhakti.
Yeah, for me, I think it is more to do with how we represent us as an organization and how the brand of the employer is perceived. So, of course, in that would be, of course, I second to what Priya said. So, in addition to leveraging AI for recruitment, the second most important thing is getting to understand what is our pulse, our organization's pulse in the market, and leverage AI for the setting the brand representation or communicating the EVP efficiently.
Thanks. Suresh.
I have a combination of all this. Okay, basically, any interface with the external talent, they should know about my company and my brand, and what is there for them, which is basically EVP, followed by the selection, right selection of people, which is basically I should have all the metrics available, success profile available, social profiling available, their whether aptitude or psychometry tool score available. So there is a clear cut metrics available for the selector or the person who's doing the selection to driven by technology and enabling him to take the right decision to get the right people in, and seamless onboarding and ensuring that people's cultural fitment also is part of that metric, so that when I am doing that hiring, I should be kind of at least 99% perfect instead of 95% perfect in getting the best talent in the organization. So that's what I want to put across. Thank you.
Thank you. Niket.
So while all of them have covered everything, we are already ahead in the game of AI-powered recruitment. We already adopted it, early adopters. For us, the biggest thing to achieve in next 2 to 3 quarters will be that how do we ensure that we have a ready pipeline for our predictable roles and what we can hire for. So that will be more of in terms of hiring. So yeah, that's.
Thanks. Great. So we had a fairly insightful discussion. We focused on a lot of points from location strategy, product strategy impacting talent acquisition, to the quality, balancing between quality and speed of hire, the inherent biases coming from AI, the balance between manual intervention and AI deployment, contextual profiling, how the hybrid models and the gig models are impacting the overall panel discussion dynamics. So thanks to all the panelists for sharing all these insights with our viewers here, and subsequently we'll compile this into a best HR practices module and share it with the overall industry. Thanks overall, and I'd like to hand it over to Sugandh now so that we can continue with the day's discussion. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank
Wish
you,
you
very
the
much.
same.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sugandh. Thank you, Sugandh, for having us. It was a really nice discussion. I'm signing off. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone, and it was great interacting with you all as well. The insights that
Thank
you have
you.
shared is quite valuable. Yeah,
Same.
Thank you. I think we can exit, right?
yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Take care. Bye
Okay.
bye.
You too. Yeah. Bye.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome back to the second APAC NextGen HR Summit. We had from the morning, we had a opening keynote, a very insightful session, and two very interesting panel discussion focusing on bridging the skill gap and also on the growing role of talent acquisition in HR. We have another interesting panel with a power packed set of panelists focusing on moving from traditional cubicles to next gen co working spaces. And we know this sort of work from anywhere concept has also come in. So it's my pleasure for this panel to invite the power packed panelists. Let me welcome Preeti Jain, CPO Adani for GCC. Can we have Preeti Jain? Abhishek Haldar, Head HR Big Tech.
Hi, Rajneesh.
Welcome, Abhishek. Nimisha Dua, CHRO of Space Matrix.
Hi Rajneesh. Hi Abhishek.
Hi, Nimisha. Good morning. We have Roma Bindru, CHRO of Sanofi. Hi, Roma. I think the video is just getting connected. And we also have Tarun Vora, VP HR of Lumax Industries. Hi, Tarun.
Hi everyone.
Hi. So I think Priti will be joining in. In the meantime, yeah. So just let Roma is still getting connected. Priti, okay. Okay, so as Roma gets connected, let's start the discussion. And what would like to understand when we are talking about these new age co-working spaces where the concept of traditional physical spaces in office environment that is undergoing a shift. So how is this shift impacting the way talent is attracted and retained? And if we can start with you, okay,
Yeah,
Nimisha,
let
you
me
can
go
take.
first. I belong to an organization where we design and build workplaces for organizations. And I think a very pertinent question, right? Today, talent just doesn't need to be in a functional space. They need to be in a space that inspires them, that supports them, and also in some way reflects the organization that they're working for, right? Reflects the ethos, the values of the organization they're working for. And when we look at workplace design, we really try and understand that, is this workplace solving not only the functional needs the employees have in terms of having a comfortable workspace, but is it engaging enough for them to come into work every day, inspiring them to give their best at work? Is it something which is adaptable to the future needs? So when we design, we also look at the why of the organization and try and bring in that human-centric thinking approach to design when designing a workplace.
Thanks, Nimisha, for that opening remark. I'll put the same question to you, Abhishek, also. In terms of this shift in the physical spaces in workplaces, how does it impact actual talent acquisition?
See, Rajneesh, I think we need to understand how the work itself, if you focus on the work before talk about workplace, how the work itself has transitioned over the time. Earlier, it used to be more like very, work was perceived more like a time-based thing, right? Like 9 to 6, you are present in the workplace. Great. If you are there for maybe 11 hours, 12 hours, then even better, you are perceived as a very good employee, regardless of, how good is your performance. And whereas, now we see there is a shift. It is more towards outcome, right? So people these days will say that, it doesn't matter where I work from. You just let me know what needs to be done, and I will do it. What time slot or, where I do it doesn't matter. So that is a shift. And another again will be more in terms of the nature of the work. It used to be more transactional. Like the expectations from the employer was also that you will be present here, 9 to 6, for example, and this is what you were supposed to do. Whereas now it is from transactional, it is more experiential, because like Nimisha said that today's people generations, they like that vibe in the workplace. It is very important. And at the same time, more and more people are asking about, show me the career growth. What am I going to learn? How can I develop my skills? Show me the upskilling paths and so on. And all these things, about the culture, they're asking more and more about how the work is related, aligned to the purpose of the company. So these all changes, it's important. This is a shift. And to answering your questions on talent acquisition is very important, because talent acquisition, again, earlier, if you had one office, say in Bangalore, if my office is in, say, Rajashinagar, which is Bangalore, maybe north or west, whereas I am, as an employee or a candidate, if I am based in, Hosur Road, let's say Electronic City, then the candidate, even if he or she is very good candidate, extremely good fit, they may not be interested, right? They would say that, no, because of the commute, I just won't be able to travel. So that is a key reason why, people are thinking of, can we, instead of a one hub or one location, can we give multi-hub options? So people, there could be from more of a work from office to work from home to, can we shift more towards like work from near office or nearest office from your home. So these are shifts because this helps in attracting talent and also in retaining talent if you give, design for those experiences. Because that's the vibe you talk about, the learning opportunities, the networking, socialization. So all these are things that people are looking for these days. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for that. Tarun, next, the same question again, in terms of your experience on how these physical changes in the workplace, and as both Nimisha and Abhishek emphasized on how the new gen workspaces, how they're impacting how you acquire and retain talent.
Absolutely, Rajneesh, and plus one to Abhishek and Nimisha, what they brought it out. I'll give you now a different, little different perspective too, right? I see why we are discussing all this. Why we are discussing all this, that once the employee comes to work, he or she, they are in a comfortable environment. We get the best of the productivity. We talk about them, about our culture, our brand, other values of that particular company, and everybody, that is together, giving you the best to the company and to the organization. Now, team, I come from a very different background after having served almost about 2 decades of service in Indian Army. Then I moved into the HR and the corporate world. Now it's been almost half a decade over here or two. So, I've seen how spaces, the behavior, the morale and the performance in the real ways. Now, when I was in Army, we had much more organized space, more on hierarchy based, right? That was to foster the discipline, the camaraderie, the clarity of, the roles, etc. Here, once I came into the corporate, imagine, I was a colonel in the army, and then had a big, big cabin to myself. And when I came out, it was an open space. But how it helped me was, to connect with the people, to connect. The classical cubicle culture, the rigid partitions, all the closed doors are off now. Now, this is something which we really want to work into. Everybody, we sit on an open space. I can, at any particular place where you go. I work with Amazon, work with Blinkit. I'm heading the Lumix Industries Limited as an head of HR. Anywhere, wherever you go, it is only for the employees. You can sit on a sofa and you can work on the laptop. You can sit on a couch. You can sit work on the laptop. But this is something which is the next thing which we all have to get into. So I'll keep it very short. I think Nimisha and Abhishek already brought it out, but this is what I really feel about getting into a new workspace culture, and so that it gets the best of the productivity from any particular employee. Uh, just to add one more thing, we all work for different organizations. Every particular organization will have its own brand values, its own culture. So when I go to that particular workspace, I should align to that. I should feel proud that yes, I am into this particular organization and this is what I'm planning to do. So that's about it. Over to you, Rajneesh.
Thanks, Tarun. Nimisha, I'll come back to you, and very pertinent thing, especially the Gen Z. Now, when the workforce includes a large segment of that, and these new gen employees now they look less at the office space as their sort of daily workstations. Instead, it's more a social brand experience kind of centers for these employees. So, according to keeping in mind these new gen workforce, how should the workplace strategy evolve? What do you feel on that?
I think Rajneesh, you're absolutely right. I think workplace today is not only just a place to connect with your team, but to the culture of the organization, to the purpose of the organization. There are social hubs, there are learning labs, there are brand storytelling platforms all rolled into one. So it's just not having, like you mentioned, a desk and an office space to sit out of. And hence, the workplace design, how it's done, should keep in mind this at the heart of its evolution and design. So it's not just about making cool office spaces. There's a term many years back that was being used called office peacocking. So it's not just to put in some fancy elements here and there just to make it look like a cool office space, that we have a games center, we have a chin center, you can rest here, you can relax here. But it should be really a very human centric, thoughtful design element. Every design element in the office should reflect what the organization is trying to achieve. Is it keeping the needs of the people that are coming into the organization, and how can they empower them to be their best selves and also to work at their peak performance capacity in the office. So for example, we did a project for BCG and we designed their office in a way where we designed in a way that we kept in mind the neurodiversity of the people who are working in the organization. So there are people who would prefer a lot of sensory stimulation. So we bifurcated areas of white light stimulation and white spaces for them, whereas a bit of a darker spaces, lesser light, etc., was kept for people who don't like too much sensory stimulation while they are working. So I think each office should be designed keeping in mind the kind of people who are coming there to work, and also the values of the organization and what the organization is trying to portray itself as. Like Tarun mentioned, if you enter into an office, just without interacting with the people, just with the space elements, you should be able to probably make out what this office, what this brand, what this organization really stands for.
Thanks for very precisely explaining that, and that it's just not the fancy sort of arrangements that will make a new gen office. Abhishek, I'll come to you with a slightly different question. One, while hybrid work has been there in India, but it was COVID, after COVID, that has become a sort of a mainstream. both remote or work from anywhere kind of concept. So when we and in cities like Bangalore, you mentioned, or Mumbai, the real estate is also very expensive. So keeping both in mind, what sort of tools, or I'll say different kind of analytics or tools that organizations are using now when hybrid or remote kind of work is becoming mainstream, and many of the business functions, unless it's something manufacturing or not, doesn't require you to be present always in a physical office. So how is that impacting?
I'll give two examples, Rajneesh, because I worked with a couple of co-working office spaces. One for last 4 years, I had worked as part of like commuting between head office and the co-working space, which is close to my home. And then also about 10 years back in Mumbai with it was Regus and in BKC, Car Road, these office centers I have worked. And one of the things from a user perspective that we suffered, I mean, we all suffered as a team, is literally desk hunting. So, we go to that co-working office space, the pods that were there, it will be all occupied. So literally we have to search which one is free. So first come first. So we go there and then don't find anything. And then we, okay, wait in the lounge. Then again, we come to know that, no, these are all booked. And then these are all manually, okay? And then we go to maybe another office, let's say from BKC to Car Road or some other places. And very similar, I mean, very recent experience. And this, because the example I gave like 10 years back. And the recent one is, if I have to book a meeting room in that same another co-working space I worked, it is still now very manual. So we have to send a mail to the security or to the reception person, and then after couple of hours they will send a response whether it is available or which one is booked. So my point is it should be app driven. So talking of technology was, I think the most important, the very basic people would expect is people should be able to book a room or a pod, single pod, working pod through the app, so that I can see that if something is available, or I can plan going to some another office, right? So that is one. Another, of course, would be more and more tech integration, because if I see the Wi-Fi connectivity is not good, the webcam sometimes doesn't work, so it is not very hybrid friendly, or there is no whiteboard so that I can discuss with my team, working on a project, new ideas. That is a little frustrating. So I would expect also open lounges where we all can sit and casually talk about a project and so on. So it helps if it is more tech enabled. And third, of course, more from an employee feedback, because the more you take survey, ask your consumers, how is their experience and where they want improvement. Definitely, through that you get a lot of insights, and you can incorporate those into the workspace.
Precisely. Thanks. And that feedback mechanism is important, as you mentioned. Tarun, I'll come to the question. What we have seen earlier, the evolution, the way it has happened is traditional enterprises, there would be a headquarter or a corporate office where most of the, I would say, the functions or authority used to be centralized there. Whereas now the trend is coming, more co-working spaces are coming up, and as one panelist mentioned, people for difficulty in commuting in large metros, you might have offices which are closer to your home, smaller offices. So, uh, how does this sort of indicate a shift in the way the workplace culture looks like? What's your opinion on this?
Absolutely, Rajnish. In fact, most of the organizations now, they use a hub and spoke model, right? So we, of course, we're going to have a corporate office. There'll be a head office. People would be coming over there. But then, yes, within that particular city, or maybe suppose my head office is in Gurgaon, right, in one of the particular organization, I'm not name the organization, but I have a co-working space based in Bangalore because I don't require that much amount of people over there. So I have a co-working space, and what Abhishek also brought it out, these apps which are available in the market, we come to know which co-working space is available at that particular time. That is one, in case if I'm doing for a temporary one, right? If I just want to do it, I want to make it a work from home, and also I want to use. If I'm sitting in Bangalore, I want to work from home also, and at the same time, I want to have a particular meeting for which I have to go to a co-working space. That is one. Second is that I hire a co-working space for the entire month and have a rotational seats over there. So all these things are very much possible, and that is what everybody is getting into. We also don't want an employee to commute for 2.5 hours into the same particular city and come to the head office. He or she can work from a co-working space, because in case we want it to be a meeting, we can have to get into a hybrid mode, we can get into a work from home. But the main focus which comes is that we have to have that productivity, which also Nimish also brought it out. One more point which I just want to add on what Nimisha said on the Gen Z. See, we come, the Gen Z, they also want to flaunt. They also want to flaunt that this is the best the best space which they are working into. Right? You go to a LinkedIn post, you will find out over there, they'll show their particular swanky office also, their particular brand, and that helps them also to tell amongst their particular peers that yes, this is the place I'm working, I'm very happy over here. And that not only it helps them, it also helps the brand and that particular organization also to grow. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks. Nimisha, I'll come back to you. The last point earlier answer you mentioned about that just having some fancy designing might not be sufficient. So, what I'd like to understand is when we are talking about these new age offices, beyond the aesthetics, what are the other functional elements that you feel are critical and that either the organizations are incorporating or they should incorporate?
Yeah. So, like you mentioned, right? Tarun mentioned aesthetics definitely gets the attention. No doubt, you can post on LinkedIn, you can post on your social media. But I think long-term loyalty and probably coming into office every day, like a back to work, is probably driven more by functionality, because your office space also has to be functional and comfortable enough for you to work together individually and in teams. I think some of the trends that we see in offices these days in terms of primarily functional elements are, areas defined for certain objectives that you want to achieve. So probably more open areas for collaborative meetings, where larger teams can gather, do some brainstorming, more open spaces in the office, because you are in the office from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., 7 p.m. So can you just walk out, have a bit of a nature walk around? Are there plants? Just, that gives you a sense of being outdoors, more natural light coming into the office. So that completely closed, a lot of people are not preferring offices which are completely dark with no natural outlets and lights. And you see that in co-work spaces hiring also, right? So renting out for co-working spaces, people don't want buildings which are completely isolated from natural light, etc. And I think intuitive wayfinding around the office. So if there's a new joinee, offices are so intuitively designed that it's easy to know where to go, without having to ask anybody around. So you feel a sense of belongingness just right there on day one when you enter a space. Even when what is the receptivity on how an office is designed. So, for example, if I walk into an office as a client, when I feel the space is welcoming enough for me, when I feel that there are enough elements in the space that, I can find my way around rather than having to ask everybody. So I think those are some of the interesting trends. I think, and go beyond, one step beyond this also, beyond the functionality, a lot of brands these days are wanting to bring their cultural values and brand values and their products alive in the office space. So when you walk into a brand office, you can pretty much see spaces which are dedicated to demonstrating their products in the market, their brand values, their cultural values are probably across wands, etc. So I think those are some of the trends that we are seeing in office space design.
Thanks for
Rajnish,
illuminating us about
what
some
Nimisha
of
pointed
the
out, yeah,
yes, yes.
just take a minute, Rajnish, what Nimisha pointed out, bang on
Sure.
that, right? This is something, when you enter the office, that office should give you a vibe. I remember, when I was in army, I was commanding my regiment. We had an alley, which, the number of awards, the number of honors, etc., which the unit people had got. So as soon as somebody used to enter, he or she should used to feel proud of it. Okay, this is my place where I work. Similarly, when you come into the corporate, you have the products over there, you have the number of honors, the awards which you have got it. It shows the legacy of that particular organization. Okay, and that helps, in making, I'll say, get into more of ownership, or also, that okay, yes, this is my company. So that actually helps. Another point which Nimisha pointed out is on the natural lights. Yes, it does matter. You'll see, people are going to keep, small potted plants on the particular table. You'll find some more plants over there. You want those lights, everything. So all those things, they really help in that. Thanks. Over to you.
Thanks for that, Tarun. Abhishek, one question I'd like to understand. See, in terms of business functions, collaboration is imperative now. There are collaboration between teams, between functions, between departments, and whatnot. Even within teams, intra-team might be. And on the at the same time, geographically, they are becoming disparate in different locations. So how do you see maybe how do you see the evolution? Well, collaboration has been happening for a couple of decades now. With these workplaces getting disparate, how do you see this pattern of collaboration changing, or how has it evolved?
Uh, Yeah, I mean, I would say that it is evolving and it will continue to evolve. And going forward, probably there might be more of AR, augmented reality, virtual reality integration as well. So, for example, many of these co-working spaces, you see a lot of startups, and I met a lot of startup founders, and they have brilliant ideas. They have brilliant, pitch decks ready. They are looking for investors and so on. And I think going forward, one of the ways we can enable the workspace, co-working workspaces and other is if they can also integrate this. So, for example, if someone books a room which is kind of AR VR enabled, and the pitch deck is already let's say given to OpenAI, and they will generate the questions, and through the AR they will ask questions. It will be very simulated like a board kind of a presentation to investors, and all those questions will be asked and this person will be presenting, so that really helps. So I think that is a shift. It would be nice if we move towards that. uh, and yeah, so that is one. And apart from that, again, the basic things like uh, the making it virtual, the hybrid ready, that is very important, because sometimes we face these challenges even in the current co-working spaces, that basic things are not there. You cannot discuss during collaborations, write things on the walls, whiteboards are not there or something else not there. So those are more and more we would like to see, so that the virtual collaborations become more effective.
Thanks. So I'll start the last round with Tarun maybe. And what I would like to do a little bit crystal ball gazing in terms of new age workspaces coming up. What's one or two likely trends that you foresee in the near future? Tarun, if we can start with you.
I think we
Tarun
left.
has some issue. Nimisha, if we can then start with you.
Yeah. So I think before I go on to that, Rajneesh, I think organizations in general have and will now start seeing workspaces as more than just a physical space, but as a tool to really define, achieve their business objectives and their people objectives. So I think we see that trend moving in that direction, like Abhishek mentioned, right? You can really design the workspace in a way which can help you achieve some of your business objectives, if it's a smart design to a workplace, or your people objectives. That's the question that we started the conversation with. That will it be able to help us attract and retain the best talent? Will it amplify our employer brand? Will it help us drive our cultural values to people who are working in the organization and to people who are walking into the organization as outsiders? So I think this is going to be one big trend that people are now, they already have in certain aspects, but they are going to start using workplace as a tool to drive their business and people objectives. So for me, I think that's a big macro takeaway.
Thanks, Abhishek. Your
Uh, you asked basically, I mean, let me understand if the question you asked that what is the trend, the shift that we are seeing?
one major shift or trend that you expect, if not already, expect in the near future, maybe next few quarters?
I can think of two. One is, has Nimisha already answered, that is more towards wellness. Tarun also briefly talked about this natural, lights, if that is there, because I felt that vibe in the last 4 years, the working space I worked in. It was amazing because it was not dark, because full of, natural lights, glass paneled, and, a lot of indoor plants. And on top of that, there was a walking trails also outside, so you can just with your colleagues go for a walk. Some of my colleague was very health freak. He would say, no, I have to walk for 2 kilometers here, so I'll give it 5-6 rounds the campus. So it was amazing, and these are the things more and more people expect, this health and wellness front particularly integrated into the new workplace. So that would be definitely, I would expect the trend to continue. And the second, this is probably my personal expectation, that is, I see currently most of the co-working spaces, they are focusing on functions which doesn't require any capital kind of presence, to say instruments. So the functions who primarily populate to a co-working space are what? From HR, finance, IT, analytics, consulting, right? Management kind of oriented. Whereas, I also worked in a state government funded startup incubator, which had more of an instruments, very expensive instruments, which were highly in demand by a lot of, say, biotech, medtech startups. So they are really looking for more alternatives. So can there be more private investment and more private companies come up with this kind of audience in mind? Not only dry lab, or the way we call in biotech, dry is you don't require to go to laboratory, and wet lab is where you have to go to laboratory to perform something. So yes, companies and this, some of these startups, they are ready to pay a premium for this, for this availability of those instruments in a shared space. They can share with other startups. But yeah, this is something I would be very happy to see a trend towards.
Thanks. So Tarun, my
Yeah.
last question was
I was
literally
away
as
for
the
a while,
last one.
Rajneesh. Sorry, I was away
Yes.
for a while. What was your question like on that? I just came back.
That's why I'm repeating. So what I wanted to ask was in terms of we are talking about these new gen workspaces, in terms of trends, or it can be some technology, it can be any other trend. What one or two things that you foresee is likely to happen in the very near future? I mean, the next few quarters itself.
Got it. See, I heard Abhishek and heard Nimish. I didn't hear the question. Whatever they said, I just think I'll everything is there. One more point which can be added is on the sustainability, right? So these particular new offices which are going to come up, they have to be sustainable, recycled finishes, modular components, and that which gives me something on the sustainability part. That is one. The second, which we all should be as CHROs, as HR heads, which we should take care is on the the people with disability, right? So for that particular thing, anybody comes, we have to make that particular office as applicable to every one of them, and that inclusion should be their particular thing. These are the 2 points which I wanted to bring after what Abhishek and Nimisha brought it out. That's it, Rajneesh.
Thanks a lot for that. Very insightful discussion, and we sort of got a glimpse on what we are already seeing in terms of the new gen workspaces and what the sort of the future also beholds. Thanks to all my panelists, Nimisha, Abhishek, Tarun, for such an insightful discussion. And I'm sure some of these discussions and the points and the sort of best practices that are emerging will collate it and share it with the entire HR fraternity across different organizations. With that, I would like to hand it over to Sugandh to continue with the next sessions. Over to you, Sugandh.
Thank you, Rajneesh. Thank you, Sugandh.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Rajni.
Nimisha. Thank you, Abhishek.
Thanks all of you. Pleasure to share a platform with all of you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank
Same
you.
here.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Take care.
Bye,
Bye.
Bye.
everyone.
Um, Good afternoon, everyone, to another exciting panel discussion that we're going to have. So, the topic for this discussion is culture wars at coffee machine, managing ideological divides in the team. Just to give a brief introduction of what we're going to speak of, well, in this age where workplaces, they're in the middle of the world's polarized debates, even casual conversations by coffee machines can spark unexpected tensions. From political views to social issues, today's teams often navigate ideological divides that can impact collaboration, morale, and performance. Well, that's not it because we do a lot more chit chats and do a lot more learnings over, a cup of coffee as well. But the challenge for leaders isn't to eliminate these differences, let's be clear. It is to create a culture where diverse perspectives they exist. Dialogue remains respectful and disagreements fuel innovation rather than division. At its heart, managing these culture wars means turning conflict into constructive conversations and ensuring that teams stay united around shared purpose and values. Now we have with us the HR mastros, who will be delving deep into this aspect and sharing their own experiences of it. We have Preeti Ahuja, CPO Husk Power. Now we have Anurag Verma, Head of People and Culture at ShareChat and Moj. Mr. Manmohan Kalsi, CHRO in Brew Beverages. Mr. Rajesh Rajan, Head HR, Vedantu. I welcome you all on board. It's a pleasure for us to be speaking with you and to hear your knowledgeable insights upon this. I want to open this discussion forum, first of all, with all of you in order to understand when this topic comes in front of you as a sort of a discussion amendment, what are your takes onto it? How do you view this topic? How do you relate it to the ongoing in the ongoing issues in the corporate realm? How well you think these coffee banters they tend to become more on the profitable basis, or they have certain drawbacks as well. We can begin with Preeti. Preeti, what's your take on the same?
First of all, thank you so much for having me and looking forward to our conversation today. It's a great topic, I'll say, because the world has changed in last 5 years. So even today, if you talk about coffee chat, it is more about, I'll say, virtual coffee chat because the way we are working and operating and even the way we are having this panel discussion today, it's a completely, in a virtual mode. So what I'll see here that is been hybrid, remote, and the way we are operating today, and the kind of communication happening within the team and within the organization, that has completely transformed, because it is now people are not able to connect in person, but there are communication happening, and we are also running a lot of communication through the technology. So it has moved from, I'll say, technology enabler communication, and the technology has took a lot of I'll say a space where we are using multiple tools today for the communication channel. But as you rightly said, because we have again a multi-generation folks working right now in the workplace, and there again comes when you look at a culture, when you look at what as an organization we want to have a value system, and again what guidelines we want to have within the organization, to people are aligned with what sort of communication they can do in social media or in within the company. So there are multiple, we will discuss in detail, but there are multiple things we are running within the company, but everything I'll say aligned to the values and the culture of the organization, which is working for us right now.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Preeti. Rajesh, what are your views on the same? Any anecdotes that you would want to share on what exactly happens over coffee talks and coffee machines in organizations? Is it harmful? Is it fruitful? Is it more on the constructive side? Because such coffee banters, I wouldn't say that aren't required, but there should be a specific limiting to it. The coffee banters shouldn't convert into political trends wherein the politics is given rise or is being given a breeding ground to it. What are your views on the same?
Yeah. Firstly, thank you so much for inviting us to this discussion, and super excited to meet the fellow HR leaders in the ecosystem. Um, I think we all of us agree, and I strongly believe also is that for an organization to be successful, you need diverse perspectives. We all agree to this. Inclusion and diversification is one of the key factors. When if that's the Uber charter, then why should the forums like any place where employees can say what they want to say and share their opinions? Why not at a coffee machine? Why not a smoke break? We say a lot of information get shared over a smoke and over a drink. So I think
Right.
it's inevitable, right? But I think the real challenge, in my opinion, is that as an organization, while we encourage such diverse perspectives to happen across any forums and platforms, have we created a design to also engage disagreements for such perspectives? In the name of encouraging those perspectives, if you don't really mitigate them to disagree and create a healthy outcomes to it, then it can always backfire to us, especially in startups where the decisions are made faster, the conflicts are bound to happen. And with these diverse perspectives, influence can kick in, right? And the kind of the talent that we hire in such kind of an organization is also from varied age groups, varied backgrounds. While you cannot really constrain employees in saying that, hey, you're not supposed to be saying this, not supposed to be sharing this opinion, because as an organization, you want them to share it and encourage it. But I think the real takeaway for HR leaders is that have you created a design framework where such perspectives, if you want to disagree, that are there designs to disagree those perspectives and give that rationale to them so that there are real meaningful outcomes, is what I think I would strongly emphasize. I think point number two is it has been a very traditional philosophy that have your managers be a culture agents as well. Um, and if you fail to do that, then this could happen. Like when you say culture agents, then when employees have these kind of cultural differences over the top of the conversations, and if you have culture agents, it's important to see how is it going to help the organization take it forward. If it's not going to help the organization vision to take it forward, then that means it's just random discussions. These are random personal opinions. So I think having trained culture managers is also super important. I think the answer is it's not about where they have the discussions. As a HR leader, do you create a framework and platform where these disagreements can happen, where these perspectives are can be handled, so that doesn't lead to conflicts in a fast-paced, high-working environment. Is what I feel.
Okay, fair enough. You've raised a very valid point that we got to have culture managers as well managing this. The banter doesn't turn into a chaos, of course. Mr. Rag, what do you have to say? Anything new that you would like to add to it?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Sugandh and APAC News Network for this opportunity. Great to have fellow HR colleagues, and would love to hear their insights. And a great start already done by Preeti and Rajesh. I will take the discussion a bit forward. Right, these days, the conversations we are in hybrid work environments and digital as well, and they're not only limited, to the coffee, table or the evening, connects that might happen. But let's face it, right? All the new age organizations have these communication channels like Slack, Threads, etc. Right, and the conversation also creeps in and goes out there, and when it is happening, it's very difficult to sort of keep a chat, keep a guardrail onto it, and keep it controlled. And at times, people feel offended. Topics which should not be raised across are getting attention and noise. Sort of a reality these days, and more and more people I've seen across and in different forums come to me and then say that we can't be passive, and we need to have some policies around it. But my take on that has been different, because we can't become as HR or digital gatekeepers of the organization. That doesn't work. And working with Gen Zs, that doesn't work at all. Now the key here is how do we shift, from moderating to mindset shaping, as I call it. And in one of my past companies, we introduced a very simple principle that in all these online channels, which are very open and we respect diverse views, but you need to communicate with clarity, kindness, and curiosity, right, in that order, and give people permissions to express themselves, but with respect. Alongside that, as Rajesh said, we also became people coach to, most importantly, coach and train the leaders and the people managers, where they can proactively involve in getting the quieter voices, right? When the echo is hard, how to break that noise, and then at the same time, let people be inclusive, respect diverse views, but safeguard where it needs to be done, not through one person in HR or policies, but through collective responsibilities. So the role is changing. The role isn't to control what's said, but to shape it how it's said, right? And to ensure the digital spaces and the hybrid workspaces are as inclusive and psychologically safe as the conventional physical ones are.
Fair enough, sir. Very valid points made. Manmohan sir, would you like to add anything to it?
Yeah, so thank you. It's always very good to hear Anurag, and also had the opportunity to hear Rajesh and Preeti as well. Uh, I think a positive tension in the organization is always good, and that requires the skill of senior leaders to manage and diffuse in preventing it from becoming chaotic. Um, the tea tables for decades in the factories have been hotspot for the IR guys to go and check the pulse of the organization. From there, it's moved into our modern offices where the coffee machine has taken center stage, and I hope a day will come when the coffee machines will be replaced by beer taps, since I come from that industry, and we're hoping that we'll provide a more informal setup for people to engage in more banter and be more uh, inclusive in terms. I think it's a very good melting point for some of the new guys to come in and sense the culture of the organization. It also enables different generations of the organization to come across from different functions and know the organization informally. So I don't see any negative. If there is a situation which you believe is likely to get out of hand, then it calls for greater skills of the senior leaders to step in and remind people about the clarity of purpose in the organization. So I think it's a very nice topic, a very different HR topic that you've taken, and representing the beverage industry encouraged me to, put my hand up for this one. So thank you so much.
Perhaps while designing the agenda, why we specifically went on to this topic is because when we speak with leaders, they always cite an example of team cohesion at coffee tables. While they are pro to the fact that there should be coffee table discussions or coffee banters, but they often cite clear examples of them being turned into political aggression. So, it was more of our take to actually take this topic on a front foot and actually understand how the framework should be laid in any corporate realm, wherein they have a space to speak, they have a space to share their thoughts, or maybe to learn something new, but not turn into a negative cohesion. Now, this leads to a recent report that I was reading, a Harvard Business Review report that states that organizations with psychological safe cultures, they are better at absorbing disagreement constructively. Mark my words, constructively. Now, what concrete steps in your view can companies take to build these psychological safety, specifically, around polarizing these topics? We can begin with Rajesh.
Sure. Uh, I think to begin with, do we have enough platforms and forums organized and calendarized for employees to share their opinions, voice out their concerns, and be very sure and confident that I'm not going to be judged? Um, I think that's where most of us, at least in the ecosystem that I've worked with, that we fail. That when we also prefer these unorganized, unstructured conversations to hear employees' opinions and make it psychological safe, which is there. But I think as HR, an hidden agenda should be to ensure that there are enough platforms and forums for employees to say what they want to say, and then be very sure that they're not going to be judged, they're not going to be perceived, where my job is going to be at stake is, I think, one of the key levers into this. At Vedantu, what we do is that firstly, every employee who comes in, especially at the teachers, like Vedanta is a teacher first organization, it plays a huge role for us. Every teacher who joins us, to give you a number perspective to this, roughly about 300 to 400 teachers gets hired in a year, and our selection ratio is less than 5%, meaning we're meeting out roughly around 5,000, 6,000 JE need teachers. Out of that, the last round, Mr. Anand Prakash, who's the founder of the organization, he himself meets them in person. It's not an interview conversation, like I'm not exaggerating this. He meets every teacher who comes inside the organization to understand whether they're a culture fitment. What do we mean by culture fitment? Is very simple. That is the teacher a student obsessed teacher, or is the teacher is a self obsessed teacher? That's where I say it. That which means that you can share what your opinions are, but if that opinion is not student centric, if the opinion is very self centric, then that's not something that we would encourage in continuing this. That's like how our founder says that culture, there's nothing right or wrong in a culture. Like how as human beings we have personalities and behaviors, organization has its own personalities and behaviors. There's nothing right or wrong about it. What is appropriate, what's ideal for us, what's not ideal to us. I think that's the first point that I would like to emphasize, which is creating enormous amount of touch points for employees to share their voice and concerns, and be sure that they're not going to be perceived as judgmental or threatening to their jobs also. I think the second point, like how Mr. Manohar said, that positive tension is good. And sometimes you have to curate these competitions within the ecosystem for the differences to come in, right? For example, what is our mission? Our mission is to be the number one edtech organization in the country. And how? Through creating impact at scale, at every student should be able to get affordable quality education. Now, this mission is too big, too big. It's just one lifetime is not there, right? Now, if that competition gets ingested in every employee, and our differences, our opinions, our personal opinions, our political differences, how our political you know charters in the country is hindering this growth to happen, then that's a very healthy difference of opinion. Then that's a very healthy culture to talk about in itself. Rather than talking about Bangalore traffic is not good, and keeping an office in HSR is better than, I'm not sure if saying good Bangalore. They're talking about that. That's not leading us to any kind of a healthy cultural thing, and psychological safety comes from there. Psychological safety comes from there in a place where, as a person, that I can say anything and everything, but I will not be judged based on the place where I come from, as a person that I am, my belief system, my values and principles. So you break that by bringing in a larger mission for the organization rather than an individual where I have an opinion to say, where my voice is heard. I think that's the secondary point that we strongly do this. We imbibe this in our current ecosystem.
Fair enough. Manmohan sir, what do you have to say? Anything else that you would want to add to it? Since you come from a bev industry wherein it's not just coffee that's beverage, it's more than coffee that's beverage. So, what are your viewpoints on the same?
So I think there are enough other mechanisms in the organization, and the people need to believe that they have a very robust ethics and a governance module in the organization, which is overarching and serves as an umbrella under which all of these smaller aspects play out. So people need to firmly believe in the company's code of business conduct. They should see it in action on how it is implemented, the mechanisms for speak up, speak out, whistleblower mechanism, etc., need to be very robust, and then the so-called psychological safety, the framework happens on its own because people know that there is a certain line beyond which it will not be accepted, right? And it will lead to outcomes and repercussions which affect an individual. And therefore, people need to understand that there are boundaries within which conversations around political affiliations, social views, etc., can be expressed, but not at the cost of the very fabric of the organization, which is very clearly defined by every company that you will see. And end of the day, I also very firmly believe that it starts from the top. If the top 10, 12 people in the organization um, are seen to be giving each other mutual respect, yet challenging in a positive way, and bringing very, very diverse views, then it percolates down. And also the leaders have a responsibility of building in a culture where people are free to express themselves. They don't have to look over their shoulders and see if somebody is going to listen or hear and what will it lead to. And it's perfectly fine for two individuals or a couple of people to speak and express their views, as long as it's not forcing the organization to take a stance on where the political affiliations lie, because most companies like to stay away from clearly saying which side, the left or the right, they are leaning to. Right? So there are enough frameworks, the other parts of the organization which need to be in place, and people need to believe in it, that they actually work, and then things will not get out of hand, and will also provide the cushion which you termed as the psychological safety. That's what I feel.
Well,
Yeah.
I understood what you're saying, and the kind of framework that you're trying to make, that corporates should have such kind of a framework. You cannot restrict people to not speak, to not exchange banter, because if it's not coffee, then it could be over smoking zones or could be over phone. So it's better to have a constructive kind of a thought process and exchange of thoughts within the corporate realm, so that when they go home empty headed into a stuff that they're not taking a heavy head back home, that this is something that happened in office, and I was not given that space to speak or maybe to express. While I get that, but a very valid point was made by Rajesh, wherein he said that culture managers also need to get active. And if companies do not have culture managers, maybe this is something that companies should have. Anurag sir, what is your view on the same? And if we are hiring, let's say, culture managers to manage such realms, so that the cohesion doesn't turn into a negative framework into any corporate setup, what kind of qualities would you be looking into a culture manager, embedding into an organization who's not dealing in hundreds or 200s, but in thousands and lakhs, actually?
Well, yeah, great point to comment and interact, and I also agree with Manohan. The points that he had brought in. Talking about cultural managers, right, and what Rajesh said, and uh, mind people look at like-minded solutions, and that leads to the segue of what we had implemented here in the current organization and the past one as well. And I will talk more about that because that was a truly global setup, right? We had operations in multiple countries, right? The cultural sensitivity also came in across, and then some of the issues which might be sort of neutral to say in India, just to be not sounding political, but an environment wherein uh, you may comment being an Indian manager about something happened in Russia or Ukraine, but if you have people who are of that background working in other part, of the organization, and if that chatter goes in across, that disturbs people because they are living it, right? And that's where the role of culture becomes very very important in an organization. And I would say that my take on this has been that psychological safety isn't about everyone agreeing, but it's about they feeling safe to disagree, and especially express in a moderated way on a tough or a polarizing topic which I was referring to, and that requires a very deliberate and deep effort by the organizations. So in this company, what we created were sort of neutral forums guided and managed not only by the leaders but the managers. Think of it as cultural circles, right? And in this forums, teams would talk about not only values but conflicts and some of the current issues that impact them, or they get concerned without being you know judgmental or having any what we call it as ulterior agenda, right? And a lot of effort went in equipping these managers, or rather coaching them with the felicitation skills that they would need to sort of be an effective moderator in such forums, whether it is text or online conversations. And yes, there were some ground rules. Highlight of those would be, respect over reaction. Just don't react. Respect the other people. Be inclusive, and ensure curiosity over conclusions. And most importantly, the impact over the intent. But these were not policies. These were the behavior norms that we had created, and these were reinforced positive through recognitions, real-time feedback, and even storytelling at different forums and town halls. But yeah, to the point, Manmohan also brought in taking the necessary difficult actions when it is needed, just to give the signals that you need to not cross the boundary when it should not be. Ultimately, psychological safety cannot be left to choice. It's a leadership choice, and it's a skill set and a signal which managers need to be equipped in, particularly more so in diverse modern workplaces. That would be my take.
Thank you, sir. Fair enough. Coming to you, Ms. Ahuja, there's a recent McKinsey report that notes that rising workplace polarization, employees are increasingly expecting employees to take a stand on social issues. How can leaders, in your view, strike a balance between supporting authentic expression and maintaining team cohesion, considering the fact that if leaders come into picture into such cohesion, the other party always feels that maybe their views are not being considered, or the way they've spoken, they've kind of the leaders have entered into a picture and kind of had them backseat, that you cannot speak, or maybe your views do not matter, and the other party, whomsoever it is, and even if they are on the wrong front, they always feel it that if the leader is coming into the picture and supporting my viewpoints, maybe I can spread the same word or the same expression into other group as well. As a leader, how do you think you can get into such pictures with the help of your CHR, of course, or the HRBPs into the picture, how can you actually create a situation or a circumstance wherein both the parties feel involved, respected, but they also understand that there's a line that needs to be created?
Yeah, I think it is continuation of the psychological safety what we talked about right now and the culture, because that is the key points even when you have to build any kind of trust within the organization. So in this situation, what I'll say, like, as an organization, first of all, how you ensure the values are being known to everyone in the organization, and second is how you're driving your leadership. Like, it's more about, as we said, that is top driven approach, how your leaders are behaving at each level while demonstrating their conversation. So what we do in our organization, so one is what happened here when we, even like when we are talking about psychological safety, it is sometimes what happened at organization level, everything is aligned, the values are being taught, people know what are the culture and the every most of the information, but every employee interact on a day-to-day basis with their line manager, and the major psychological safety or culture or value, they will look as their manager how they are behaving with them. And that is the main point what we drive here. We do a lot of workshop with our line manager first to ensure their behavior is very much aligned with the value system what we want to create in the organization, and the kind of conversation they are doing with the people has to be
So
aligned with
not just one managers, you actually want skilled managers on floor.
all the managers, all people
Okay.
managers. Yeah, so we run workshop with all people managers, and that is not one time, it is like every quarter we are running those workshops where we are driving values of the organization, we are educating them. And in those value, like when we say the workshop that cover also your empathy, how active listening, because these are the skill set is needed to have a, drive those kind of psychological safety environment. And when you say, because people come into different forums, different meetings, different platform together, and if the situation comes where they don't feel valued, they don't feel that they can speak freely their points, and that's where create a kind of, people will stop giving new inputs or any ideas. And this is something we cover or we collect from a pulse surveys. There are multiple channels through which we are collecting the feedback of employees, because then you hear the voice of the employees, and then you can act accordingly and see, okay, are we able to drive the culture in the organization. And one thing also would like to highlight, because sometimes we all are from HR, we know we run a lot of employee engagement survey, pulse surveys, but the important point is how we ensure the actions has been taken and communicated in the organization. Because again, you want to build that trust and you want to build that psychological safe environment for the people. So we have to communicate, this has been heard, these are the action points which we are working on, and this you will see in couple of months. As also the point what Manmohan already mentioned, it's very important about the compliance part, the way like code of conduct has been handled in the organization, the way we handle the grievances also, and how we communicate those within the organization, because that again build a trust that if someone is coming across any situation which is not comfortable, they should speak up very freely, and then you can create a culture where people will be very much free to talk, share their ideas, be more creative, and that's you can build the innovative organization.
So the ideological diversity, can drive innovation, it is seen, but it also increases interpersonal conflict risks. Now, in practice, how can leaders and HR teams they design a process and dialogue frameworks to channel such disagreements into constructive debate rather than division? It's very important to not to be able to handle it that it doesn't create a division while the process still goes on. Rajesh, we can begin it with you. What are your thoughts on the same?
I mean, it's a lengthy question, but what I infer out of it is how do we mitigate ideological differences, is what.
Exactly, and not let them turn into cohesion and negative impressions so that employees feel better not to speak, then get caught and be heard in the crowd and actually made to stand amidst the crowd and give it in an example. So, that these sort of activities or these sort of discussion is something that we're not projecting in our organizations.
Yeah, I think it's inevitable. Like I would rather say it's easy said than done, right? We all of us want to have an environment where we all of us can voice it out and be non-judgmental, but it's inevitable. Such things are bound to happen. That's the beauty of human beings, right? Uh, Large part of us seek for validation. Large part of us wants to prove our point is right. I think it's inevitable, in my opinion. But is there a way to mitigate this? I think this thought comes from the recent recent podcast that I had on the culture. In my opinion, I think the definition of what culture means for an organization is different for each one of the organizations. And it's clearly come from the top, right? Especially with the founder-driven organization, the personality of the company is also somewhat related to the founder's mindset in itself, right? So I think it's important as a HR org to understand what the definition is and clearly articulate the definition to every employee in the organization. At Vedanta, what we do is every employee who joins the company, there's something called the culture orientation that happens. It's a 1 hour kind of a series of videos which are shot with the founders, asking them what these values are, give us examples of what these values could mean. Let me just give an example, right? One of the values is operate with founders mindset.
Okay.
Now, you can call it as being accountable also. Now, the definition of accountability for me is different from how you perceive it and how probably anybody else would perceive it in the organizational context, right? For my organization, what do I mean by operating with founders mindset? Does that mean that you can sign off any financial transactions and take a call? Does that mean that you can onboard a vendor without even negotiating because you're operating with the founders mindset? You know that it's going to benefit the organization. Is that what it means? Or what does it mean by saying operate with? Then we bring in this concept called as you're accountable with the science called as leadership through accountability. So you explain this to the employee, saying that this is what we mean by culture. And the demonstration of this culture, like what are those levers of demonstrating it? What we appreciate, what we don't appreciate, what we acknowledge, what we don't acknowledge, what we reward, what we don't reward. I think when you make that transparent, the whole logic of me saying that whether I be perceived this way or not that way, like changes it, right? I mean, the factory HRs operate that way, right? Like there is a uniform. In corporate HRs, there's like in corporate organization, there is no uniform. Now that's a culture. Like you wear uniform and come, irrespective of whatever grade levels that you are in, you wear uniforms and come. That's called out, very explicitly mentioned it. Certain organizations absolutely have no dress code philosophy or dress code policy. So, and then we're expecting them to say, hey, you know what, this attire is not appropriate. This kind of a language is not appropriate. This mode of communication is not appropriate. I think these are the interpersonal differences that creates a mammoth problem, and that mammoth problem, creates differences in the transaction that we do at a work and so on and so forth. So I think bottom line truth is this: is that these conflicts, these differences are inevitable. However, if those are clearly articulated from an organizational standpoint, that what does it mean to say culture? What are the different levers? What we appreciate and what we don't appreciate? And you imagine you create the entire employee life cycle with these levers, then it makes it very obvious for the employee that, okay, this is what is expected out of me. Now the question is up to you. Do you want to buy this, come inside my house? Or do you don't want to buy this and don't come inside my house? Like you make it that transparent in my opinion. I think
How would you explain? Thank you so much, Rajesh. How would you explain this, Mr. Manmohan? Since we would like to hear certain examples from your end that you could quote and explain it in a better format of how would you look at this picture and how would you, as a leader, get into it and solve it out or create a thin line so that it is understandable to the employees, as Rajesh said, that they would understand this is what my employer expects out of me. Now it is up to me how I project it.
Right. I think firstly, I would go back to what Preeti mentioned. Every line manager has a responsibility, and I would also comment. You earlier mentioned about the probable use of culture managers. I wouldn't recommend that. I would rather have every line manager be the culture manager. Additionally, as part of his or her responsibilities in the organization. I think it's a collective responsibility. The culture that you achieve in a company is a sum total of the contributions of each and every individual, regardless of levels and functions, irrespective of locations, functions, etc. In terms of providing clarity to people, I think Rajesh brings out an extremely important point, which is very easily said but very difficult to implement. Often, companies plaster their walls with mission, vision, values, culture, so on and so forth, but forget two things. One, who are the cultural ambassadors? People like to see, it percolates from the top. They would like the leaders to, as we've often said, walk the talk. And secondly, how do we recognize, reward, or deal with improper behavior? End of the day, culture is a set of behaviors. I mean, people don't say that this company has an open culture or a very, very inclusive culture. They would say that we deal with people with respect. So it always translates into behavior, and what you do with acceptable and unacceptable behavior is where the crux lies, in terms of employees having a very clear understanding of what this organization stands for. I mean, I have worked personally with managing directors over 8 years whom I have never seen raise their voice, forget shouting. Now, I can very proudly say that, okay, we had a culture where, we don't shout at people. And what it does to, people in turn is, because I have a manager who's not raising his voice, then I would look like an outlier if I scream and shout. And then it has a cascading effect on the organization. And consequently, you become a workplace where everybody treats the other person with respect, and, the framework is very clearly understood. So it's by examples people know, and it's by examples on both sides, which is how you encourage and reward the appropriate behavior, and how you deal with inappropriate behavior. People watch at both, and that clarifies. Yeah.
Fair enough, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Anurag, would wants to add anything to it in terms of, the key takeaways of this session, and if you would like to share any anecdote with us for us to be able to understand in a better format, or from your experiences.
Well, this has been a great point of discussion, and to be very honest, the time is too short. And with this, great panel being here, each giving so deep perspectives around this important topic of culture, right? Everything then, culminates, as we call it, into culture, and rightfully put across by Manmohan. It's a collective manifestation, right, of the behaviors shown by people, and that's a painstaking exercise. And usually, organizations have a take of making HR responsible for culture, right? And having that as a quarterly check-in. That also, in most of the organizations is overwhelming, right? It's sort of half yearly or once in a year. But really, the organizations that thrive and keep people first, and then through them make a difference. And that's where all inclusion, psychological safety, all that comes in, when you believe in people, and then the diverse people that comes in across. Requires a conscious effort. Yes, the role of HR in today's world comes, I would say, as a people coach, right, at all levels. And it all stems from the top. If the leadership, and then that's where it takes a longer time, much before you come up with your mission, vision statements. And if that is done well, then starts the process of, rightfully put across by Manohar, that the line managers. But important is the employees as well. And written is nothing, right? You have to constantly demonstrate and make it happen on a day-to-day basis. I believe storytellings are great examples that have worked for me in all my organizations, right? I firmly believe in that. through small instances that you talk about in a small forums. And most importantly, you reward the right behaviors. Link your RNRs more around people who demonstrate, the values for the organization that it stands for. Well, yes, it's natural that you will always say that, a job well done, X sales targets met across or operational efficiency. Those will come natural. But overarch, on sort of rewarding people that display the values, that speak up, and most importantly, that stand for others, right? The employees who stand for others, reward them publicly, talk about them. That will reinforce a lot. Also, what has worked well with me in organizations where it was driving that always on performance management cycles when it comes in, right? And then there is a great dilemma on choosing who's the top performer and who's the sort of good, strong performer. Overarching how they were demonstrating the organizational values on day-to-day basis, rather than just on numbers, and always promote people, who display the leadership or the managerial competence in the value orientation, not on their accomplishments or targets achieved. For that, reward them financially or otherwise. That's said done on a constant, and then that is not one time, one quarter job. Do it consistently, day by day. That's the key.
Consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. You
Consistency is
cannot
the
be
key.
moving on to situations wherein to act, wherein not to act. You've got to be consistent in every other aspect. And as an employee, one should be aware about the fact that whatever they do, whatever problems they share is always under a scrutiny. So that if they want to go up to the level of their leaders and speak with them and sort out the issues, they should always have an open arm from the leader's perspective as well. Preeti, would you like to add anything to it? Would be your key takeaways or your last few words towards this discussion?
Sure, sure. One thing I will definitely say when we talk about culture, so we generally mention it is not driven by leadership or HR, it is driven by everyone. So everyone, how they interact with each other, that is how you build a culture. Obviously, we design a strategy, like we can say culture and people strategy has been designed by HR function, but again, how everyone is behaving, that is like always we tell everyone is equally contributing to drive the culture of the organization. So that is one thing. Second thing is how leaders behave. That is, even earlier I mentioned, that is more about how they take actions now, because people will observe more about the actions, not
Exactly.
more about the right action, but when there is a wrong thing happening in the organization, how they take the actions. And that's how you create overall culture in the organization, and that's you build the second line leadership also, that they will be aligned with your top leadership, that they know how much is the company value, and then you have to align with that. One thing, yes, I would like to highlight that in our company is like we don't follow the hierarchy. Obviously, like it's more about even an intern join or a management trainee or any level people join, they can freely reach out to anyone in the organization, freely even share their ideas. So we have an ideation process as a framework where everyone can contribute about whatever they feel, even a small improvement. So it's not a big improvement, but a small improvement can help in achieving any small thing. So that is how they generally contribute. And one more point I would like to highlight is everything has to be measured as well. So sometimes we talk a lot about strategy or culture or leadership, but we have to also look at how are we measuring it. And then that has to be very clear at the organization level, that the measurement and matrices are very clear, so we can drive the consistency throughout in next, the way we set the goal. So that has to be very clear within the organization.
And actions also become measurable.
Oh yes.
So, in a diverse workplace, from what I gather of this discussion, there are ideological differences which are inevitable, one, but they do not have to be, divisive. The true test of modern leadership, it lies in fostering spaces where varied beliefs are respected and not just resisted. They shouldn't be part of it. By focusing on empathy, open dialogue, and shared goals, teams can turn culture clashes into catalysts for growth, understanding, and innovation. That's the key. That's the base point. Now, after all, the strength of a team isn't in thinking alike, but thinking together, because not everyone is made the same way. Thought processes can vary, but the bottom line is they all should be thinking into a process wherein it fosters the growth of any organization and their personal growth as well. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure speaking with you. It was insightful to have the knowledge that you've imparted and the examples that you've shared. So Rajesh, Manmohan sir, Anurag, Preeti, it was actually a great conversation and very inclusive one to know what are your views on this topic. Since this topic is not something that is widely spoken of, so, I always had this speculation in mind of how it will go and how the examples will come out, but it's come out beautifully. Thank you so much for sharing these examples, your insights, and sharing us your time from all your busy schedules.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sagan. You did a great job moderating. It's never easy, and that too on this tough topic with diverse panel.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second APAC NextGen HR Summit. We had a keynote panel in the morning session talking about the future of work. We had panel discussions focusing on bridging the skill gap, panel discussion on the growing role of talent acquisition in HR, then shifting from traditional cubicles to next gen co working spaces, and even the ideological cultural divides in teams, the new gen teams. So now we have a panel discussion on Gen Z to C suite. What's tomorrow's leaders want today? And for this, it's my pleasure to invite a very esoteric set of panelists who will join in a power packed panel. Let me welcome Richa Ranjan, Head HR Moneyview.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Welcome, Richa.
Thank you so much, Rajneesh. Thanks for having me here in this
Next, we have
forum.
Dhanabal Nagarajan, GM Head HR Operations of DTDC. Okay, is joining in. Let me welcome Janardhanan Narayana Swami, CHRO of Magcore Lamination. Okay, we have both Dhanaval and Janardhanan here. Welcome to the discussion. We have also with us Devi Prasad Dash, CHRO of Apollo Health and Lifestyle.
Namaste,
Welcome,
good afternoon
Devi.
to one and all. Thank you.
And we will also be joined shortly by Praveen Menon, Head HR of Malabar Gold. Yeah, Praveen is here. Welcome, Praveen. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
So, as we have all the panels here ready, I would like to start with a common question for all our panelists. When we are talking about Gen Z, this is a generation which we can call them as a digital native one. So it's not just obviously they are more technology savvy, but more than being technology savvy, even their strategic thinking is more digital first. So, in this scenario, in this environment, where a large section of the workforce, Gen Z workforce, has this digital first strategic thinking, what are the fundamental shifts in HR dynamics that you are witnessing across the organization? And how are organizations accordingly rethinking their leadership development to reflect this shift? And I would like to start it with Richa, and then we will pass on to each panelist. Richa.
You? Am I audible to you, everyone?
Yeah,
I think you are on mute. Yeah.
Am I audible now? Okay.
You are not audible.
Hello. Am I audible to you guys right
You
now?
are audible, Risha. Yeah, you are
Okay.
audible. We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you so
There
much
would be
for this
some
question.
I think,
Yes.
Richa, you are
So,
not audible.
okay. Can somebody else start?
No,
Meanwhile, I just figure out why
you are
am I
not
not.
audible, Richa. So maybe as we have worked the technical glitch, I'll pass this question on to Praveen meanwhile. Praveen, if you can answer this question.
Sure. Sure. Am I audible?
Yeah, Praveen, you are.
Okay.
You are on mute.
Yeah. So here. Sorry. Okay, here goes my response. What I've seen is that Gen Z guys may be digitally fluent, right? But when we talk about strategic digital thinking and learning capability, it needs to be acquired, even if you are a Gen Z. Now, these days, what we do is that the leadership pipeline, it goes beyond teaching tools and platforms to develop a mindset that sees digital not only as a function but also as a core business enabler. One is the fact that Gen Z would push you to become a digitally driven organization because of a thought that they are digitally fluent. However, when it comes to strategic thinking, one needs to make sure that the entire ecosystem is an enabling ecosystem which actually pushes not only Gen Z but even baby boomers, Ys, etc. Everybody to start thinking very differently. Now, in terms of leadership development, etc., I am seeing it now as we speak that a lot of Gen Zs and the others also, they are actually being put into AI platforms. They are put into data strategy platforms, innovation labs. There are rotational stints that gets created between tech and non-tech functions. Because a brick and mortar model will be good for an organization, but if the organization has to reach the last mile, it has to be through a digital environment. And just by knowing digital really doesn't help. So it needs to get completely integrated with the entire leadership as well as the strategic, learning and development roadmap that one creates. And that is how today the organization, once they start doing it, it becomes much more easier to reduce the gap between customer experience, business models, organizational agility, because even the customers are very digitally savvy. So your competitor may be able to provide a differently much enabled digital platform vis-a-vis you as a business model, and that's where the challenge starts. So as an organization, now everything is getting entrenched into the system. So my response is not only Gen Z, but everybody needs to adopt it. Gen Z may be digitally fluent, but until unless it gets integrated into the leadership and talent management and the journey, it becomes slightly difficult for you to adapt it in the system. So that is what I am seeing as we speak.
Thanks, Praveen. So, your advice is integrate the digital with the overall roadmap of the organization, the strategic roadmap of the organization, and that is applicable not just to the Gen Z, but even to the other generational workforce. Great. I'll come back to you,
Absolutely.
Richa, now with your responses to this
Yeah.
question.
Am I audible right now to everyone?
Sure.
Yes, I
Please go
can.
ahead.
Yes.
Okay, great, great, great. See, I believe, first of all, Gen Z comes with digital fluency by default. That's true. But that will, of course, as uh, he said rightly, that strategic decision that we need to work on it, where they build up that kind of a competency or skill. So, and to do that, at least in money view, what we started right now, that we are embedding the design thinking, digital product immersion, and agile decision making kind of programs where we can train them that how you should think strategically while yet being digitally sound. So that is important, because we are talking here that this Gen Z, how you want to nurture them or make them towards their career path to a leadership role, correct? So we need to give them a correct kind of training and development, so that they work in that way. While you're using the digital platform tools, I think not only Gen Z, we all have so much of time to think out of the box. And that out of the box again takes you to the strategic thinking in the business. So I think those kind of cross functional thinking, or where you can evolve faster in the ecosystem, uh, you guys can we can actually take the path in that way. So that is what my say in this. I mean, you can have now include real time sprint with product and data team, so that the uh, future leaders learn to act at the speed of the digital. So that is what I feel. So again, I think it all comes to the training and development towards in the right direction, where as a leader they can think holistically how they use the data more strategically, and then you apply in your actions.
Thanks. So your focus is on a cross-functional kind of approach um, for sort of a more holistic kind of learning across all areas for all
Yes.
the segments. Great. Dhanamal, the same question again. Digital first as integrated into the strategic thinking of the business. How are things evolving?
Uh, Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thanks, Rajneesh. Uh, when it comes to any generation for that matter, there are certain traits that comes along with the economical development, social changes. Uh, the We also need to factor in the just because it's a Gen Z doesn't mean that the Gen Z of people who are in India is going to be the same, having the same traits like who are outside India, right? Even within India, there are economic factors and demographic factors which is going to influence. The people who work in logistics industry, they have, I mean, everybody has a certain traits, but the way that they operate is completely different from the background where they come from. So it is very important for an organization. While every Gen Z members have access to tech, they are all digital savvy. Not only Gen Z now, even the previous generations, all of us have started adopting to those kind of technology and digital in the organization, right? So the adoption of technology is not only about is not going to lead to the digital thinking. Right. It also depends on how they process information, how they work in terms of collaboration with the team members. So the strategical thinking part, the system thinking part has to be developed, and it can't be a simple one-stop solution for all the Gen Z members within an organization, and it needs to be differentiated based on the economic factors of the background, okay, or the demographic factors. It needs to be customized to that particular organization, particular department, okay, and particular group of Gen Z people, and it has to be extended to the systems thinking, okay, where people can approach projects in a different way, where people can collaborate with different mindset. While all the data is readily available from the tech tools, okay, or digital tools, how they use it, how they infer, and how they action it is something is what is more important at at this point in time. And we also plan our leadership development programs where we try to integrate both tech learning is from one side, whereas how they adopt to the implementation of the insights what they get from the digital tools on the other side.
Thank you. So the focus is on one, demographically segregate and I may say different dynamics within the demographics of the Gen Z itself, and accordingly plan the actions. Great. Janardhanan, next I'll come to you. Same question, the digital first strategic approach. How are businesses incorporating that, particularly keeping in mind their Gen Z workforce?
Yeah, building on to what my co-panelist has just told, I would say technology is just an enabler. I think in the pecking order of organizations, they have got strategy, structure, systems. So technology somewhere sit in the system side, but you need to understand certain factors that leadership. We're talking about leadership. Need to choose technology which are strategically consistent with the company, the maturity levels of the company, not any technology which is out of the box. I think they need to be carefully choosing that. Now, every organization does have certain levels of maturity and critical success factors. If technology is a critical factor, adopt that. and embed them into, and don't look at technology as a single isolated piece. Look at technology from an integrated piece. So integrate them into the, so go step by step, mature, carefully selected technologies, and make them part of the second nature of the organization, then move forward. When it comes to the, whether it is Gen C or Gen Alpha or the generations of our times, I think the basic human element is still most important. If you go back to Ramcharan and daughter who told about leadership pipeline, we talk about work values are important, time application is important, and then the skill sets. Now, technology sits somewhere in the skill sets as well as the time application. So you are enabling as a technologist. Technology is enabler in terms of time applications, but you should also understand my attempts in terms of enabling technologies, dashboards, etc. The business side as well as the HR side. Something has come into my, this one is, so we have been training people on analytics. We have been trying to train people on their awareness about the performance and critical success factors. But those who are really performers, really good performers, continue to recollect the numbers in knowledge. The problem is we give the solutions on a dashboard to other people. Other people may see it, but how much of meaning they make out of that is something which you'll have to come and look at. So it is not just technology as enabler, not just technology, adapting technologies, it's also maturing technologies and selecting those which are strategy consistent.
Okay, so looking at technology not just as an enabler, but it has to be consistently synced with the overall business strategy. Great.
Yes.
Devi Prasad, again the same question in terms of digital first strategic thinking from the Gen Z perspective. How are businesses molding themselves accordingly?
First of all, namaste all and very good afternoon. Thank you, Rajneesh ji and the entire APAC team. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Well, I will start with a very short story and that connects with the question that you have asked. So, at a retail shop, a Gen Z built a chatbot to handle the basic customer issues, even before it was asked by the organization. Her manager said she didn't just solve a problem, but she saw the world differently. That led to the formation of a reverse mentoring program, digital first thinking from the ground up. So, what I'm trying to address here is leadership pipelines now need to integrate the tech native intelligence with the business foresight by not just teaching the tools but enabling the digital institution. And how do we do it? So, I'm going to talk about a framework which is known as IDEA, where I stands for integrating the digital fluency. D stands for the digital thinking mindset. Here, the mindset plays a more important role than the digital thinking and the design thinking. Third is not knows handling data, but talking about metrics and measures. Is it leading with something? Are we empowering them with data, not just providing the data? And the last point which I'm going to talk about is act with agility. Now, let me explain it to you. What does it mean? When we talk about integrating digital fluency, what I'm trying to tell you is to ensure that technology is not about just the language it only talks to teams, but intuitively and inclusively. I think that's what matters the most. Second thing is when we build a design thinking mindset, we just don't rush to solutions. Maybe we pause, we empathize, maybe we reframe the problems in a way that truly matter to the people and get sorted at the ground level. And when you talk about empowering with data, what I'm trying to say is using insights not just to measure performance, but to predict the potential and the personalized growth. And finally, when we act with agility, we embrace change not as a disruption, but as a direction. So, if I have to put it in a, in a two lines in a Hindi way, सोच हो नई पर जमीन से जुड़े रहे, सोच हो नई पर जमीन से जुड़े रहें, स्क्रीन पर भी इंसानियत बनी रहे. So what it means is digital isn't a skill anymore, it's a lens. And leadership must learn to look beyond it, look through it, and not just at it. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Lovely. You summed it up perfectly. That this is a lens, and that the leadership need to look not just at it, but beyond it and through it. Great. So the tone is set now,
Sorry, you are muted, Rajneesh.
Muted.
yeah, great. The tone is set now, and I'll come back to Richa. Now, what I'd like to understand is traditionally,
We lost you, Rajneesh.
obviously the financial remuneration packages and also the typical hierarchical structures that have been
Rajneesh, we
followed
lost
by.
you in the initial question. Could you please repeat again?
Sure, I'll do that. What I'm saying is, traditionally, organizations, and if you look at employees in organization, two of the most critical factor in terms of a particular employee joining an organization and then having sort of staying back in the organization, the motivations have been one, the financial remuneration, and two, the typical hierarchical structure devised in an organization. Now, when we are coming to Gen Z, it seems increasingly salary and hierarchical structures, though they remain obviously motivators, but a lot of priority is given on psychological safety, open dialogues over the traditional hierarchical structures. So, how are organizations looking at handling this transition?
Okay. Um, so I would say, so Gen Z or any new age era people, I think you rightly said that they are talking about, I think, more of, uh, you know, lateral growth, or probably uh, they don't listen you if you will command them. Correct. So traditional command and control kind of model doesn't work with Gen Z or any new age people. And what how we can change this shift, of course, I have been seeing this shift for in last 14 years, and how we are doing it to address this shift is, uh, we are actively trying to encourage reverse mentoring kind of model, where it is not only the senior is guiding you, but it's a collaborative discussions or collaborative learning process, where senior also listen and learn from the younger boys, because they're very street smart people. Gen Z's are actually very smart guys, very agile, and sometimes they don't fear to ask questions. They don't fear to give their ideas. So it's good to listen them also sometimes, as seniors, so that we are doing it in our organization already, and I would say that everybody should start doing it. Psychological safety is built through manager enabled program, and recently in last 1.5 year, we have uh, given that those kind of trainings, or we have enrolled our senior people in those kind of trainings, where they learn that how to be more transparent to their subordinates, how to be more inclusive and active listening. Because see, eventually the current senior people are going to shape these Gen Zs into next level. So it's very important for them also to give a training how to handle them and then groom them to the next level. So this kind of effort we have made with existing senior people or leadership team, where they understand that how to be more clear, how to be more transparent and inclusive in their leadership style. So that is one what we can do as an organization, because when we people feel safe with you, that if you're disagreeing with me and I am not retaliating and I'm appreciating that conversation is still, then of course your Gen Z people will come up to you and share more ideas and innovative uh, initiatives they can share with you. So that is what, uh, in my organization at least, I'm trying to have an open door policy where anybody can discuss or work closely with leadership team. And our leadership principle, I would say, is something which, like, authority comes with the trust and not with the title. So that is what we want to follow right now. And yeah, empower your Gen Z so that they can be open to you and not stuck to the vertical hierarchy and that kind of very traditional way of work style. I hope I could give you insights on this.
Thanks. So, proper feedback mechanism in place and reverse mentoring and that collaborative effort that you highlighted. Great. Praveen, I'll come to you. The slight extension of this question. We know there is a preference, especially among Gen Z and even among the slightly earlier generation, more for a non-linear type of careers. Cross-functional experience or skilling has become very critical. So, keeping this in mind, what sort of new uh, models of mentorship or leadership are emerging, and further you expect would be happening?
Yeah. See, again, when we talk about Gen Z, etc., so we can clearly go back to our, let's assume, roots of parenting to begin with. How we were brought up may not be necessarily the way our children are brought up now, correct? It's very different. So the expectation from the new age children would be very different. And let's assume, as a parent, not in corporate, but in the family, as a parent, we are ready to accept, the new age parenting. And of course, when these children they walk into the corporate, the expectation is also something which is very different from possibly what it used to be about a decade or maybe a couple of decades back. And that's how this entire adoption, has started. So, as rightly mentioned by Richa, the control and command model doesn't work anymore. This is the era of openness, transparency, the new age workforce. Not only Generation Z, but also the others. They would want their voices to be heard. The ecosystem that the organization should provide would be where it should be fearless. Fear of failure at times is not good for business, not good for new initiatives. And if the new initiatives doesn't come through, then of course frustration creeps in for the employees, and the business dynamics and model also suddenly gets stagnated. So the fearless environment has to be provided where it is okay to fail, but fail fast and move on, right? And that's something that is expected from the Generation Z. And as I mentioned, everybody would want their voices to be heard. And unlike power, which is a zero sum game, right? If somebody else has the power, somebody else will have to let go of power. The trust factor is not like that. It is, if you it's the other way. If you increase the trust keeps getting increased from the other side, right? Unlike a power centric equation. So that is also the need of the hour, because some of the new business model that companies are wanting to look at to be competitive, to have a customer experience, essentially means that there is high probability that it may fail in its attempt. If it fails in its attempt, it has got a cascading impact on the employees, because the employees are the ones who are actually trying those initiatives and trying to succeed. So, as an organization, this ecosystem of making sure that the innovation exists, the ecosystem of making sure that fear psychosis is taken out, the ecosystem of making sure that, okay, you fail, not a problem, but fail fast and move on, and the ecosystem of making sure that the ownership and accountability is provided to the, and empowerment is given to the employees. That's something which I'm seeing, which is a major shift from a traditional business model, which had actually tried, and it was a tried and tested model. But these days, a lot of things dynamically, it changes fast. So these are some of the things that people look at. Like, you put me into a project, let me try and contribute to that project. If I fail, I know that I will not be reprimanded. In fact, the learnings of that failure will go towards some other project. So that linear growth which you mentioned about people, it happens through cross-functional projects, it happens through ideation labs, it happens through the fact that you are exposed to different technological platforms, it happens through a strategic orientation that the organization does in terms of strategic shift towards the business model. So everybody would essentially be wanting to be a part of it, either as contributories or as somebody who is a recipient of this cascade of the information from the top. So that ecosystem of openness, transparency, trust also is something that organization doesn't have a choice but to put in place. So that would be my response, to the question.
Okay, thanks. So the ecosystem of openness that you are advocating, got the point. Great. Dhanabal, next, you have heard about the dynamics of Gen Z. So keeping that in mind, how do you see new leadership pipeline modules, the entire succession planning structure, how they are getting aligned with these new preferences now?
Cool. Rajneesh, uh, the definition of leadership itself has been changed, is what I would say with regards to Gen Z. It is never about the hierarchy anymore. It doesn't. People don't consider someone as a leader just because they have a designation. People doesn't consider someone as a leader just because they are up in the hierarchy, right? When it comes to Gen Z, they want choice, and when it comes to succession planning, also they decide where they want to go. Okay, and as an organization, we also need to factor in the interest of that particular individual. Okay, and they want to have an open hands, they want to have that empowerment, they want to try and work in multiple projects. So they want choices, and they want them to tell us what they actually want, and basis that we have to figure in where they will fit in terms of the leadership capabilities when it comes to the org hierarchy what we have. So this is not like a traditional succession planning where you have a role, you figure out what is the backup for that particular role, what kind of training that needs to be given. It is not focused from the organization angle anymore. It is focused from the individual's aspiration, what is the career path that they want to take, what are the items that they want to explore in the organization, what are the skill set they want to get exposed to, or the scenarios they want to get exposed to. We need to hear from them. Okay, that is what we do right now when we do the annual appraisal, or when we do the training module. So we hear from them on the aspirations of that individual. We hear from them what they actually want to do and what they want to be in, where they want to be in the next couple of years, few years, and accordingly we map their interest to the org requirement and figure out the plan of transition. It is not one-sided anymore. It is actually driven from the employee side, not from the organization side.
Great. So your focus is on empowerment of the employees, and accordingly, it's not just imposed downwards like what used to happen earlier. Janardhanan, my question to you is culturally, when this we are talking about this employee empowerment, and businesses are looking at innovations to thrive in today's environment. Empowerment of
I'm losing in between.
how do you balance the two and have a proper business model?
Yeah, I lost in between. Nevertheless, I got the question. Now, I will give you two examples here. Two examples which are basically contemporary in nature. One is, if you go back to the legacy which is left by Sanjeev Mehta in Lever. Now, liver is grappling with these particular changes. We are already seen one CEO exiting, another person coming in. Now, of all the companies where leadership pipeline has been really well managed, globally Unilever has been one of the best organizations, apart from Tata's in India, etc., etc. If we go back to listen to Sanjeev Mehta, he talks about the importance of empowerment. He was talking about how he created empowerment in the organization by creating 13, geographical zones, and each geographical zone being empowered. Thereby, because he believes that each geographical zone, the complexity, India is a country in itself. India is a continent in itself. So each state is a country in itself in terms of dynamics. So that is what led to this sort of a thought. Initially, they talk about the fortune at the bottom of the pyramid from the those examples. Now, what he had done in the last 5 to 10 years is this particular aspect: 13 geographies, and he created 14 mini boards, where the mini boards, where he was not part of the mini board. I think people were empowered to take decisions, and that is what led to the growth of. That is a catalyst for growth in Lever. I go back to my previous organization, one of the finest organizations where I worked as Pfizer. The best times of Pfizer were when we used to work for Pfizer. We used to have 9 core values. They were the bedrock. And the role of the leader, including me and others, we used to have 6 leader behaviors. So we embedded the leader behaviors. Like, for example, if we're talking about customer focus, we're talking about respect for people, you're talking about integrity, you're talking about innovation, you're talking about openness. I think this was supposed to be enabled by the leader through 6 leader behaviors. Some of the most prominent ones are encouraging open discussion debate. Third is, second one is, create an inclusive environment. Third is align across Pfizer. This is very important. So it's important that we need to ensure that people are aligned across the organization, gainfully engage people, listen to them for a meaning and a feeling. And today there are, of course, tech tools which enable this. There are tech tools which constantly measure employee engagement, exploration, as well as energy. So we get signals earlier on where an employee is engaged, disengaged, etc., etc. I think these are very important. So when you talk about careful adoption of technology, these are the technological factors which you can bring in. And I believe the best way of empowerment is, creating an inclusive environment. Now you don't. People are talking about. All of them talked about strategy. All of us talked about the hierarchies, etc., etc. So don't have a top-down approach. Conduct sessions with people, make them listen. I'll tell you one example of an organization where I implemented. So if you go back to Gallup, they talk about the 12 questions, and I picked up 3 or 4 of questions. So I had seen that 10 to 15% of the population which is continuously performing in spite of the challenges in this one. So rather than external benchmarking, I did internal benchmarking of what is enabling the performances. I could get 17 critical success factors. When I implement the 17 critical success factors, and that becomes the what you call pivot around which people were trained in the organization, our business was growing around 30%. Our employee engagement score, employee advocacy score moved to around 96, 98%. I think creating an open environment where leaders listen is very important in this particular aspect.
Thanks. So the focus on an open environment, again, reiterating what was said earlier, that open environment and listening to feedbacks is very critical. Devi Prasad, I'll come to you with one specific question: work-life balance. This is a term most used, and if I may say, abused also in recent times in corporate world. We have heard corporate leaders on one hand talking about 70 plus hours week and others. So what exactly in today's scenario are the components of work-life balance, and how are organizations committed to those components, and which ensures sort of a mental health support there?
Sure, I think it's a great question. And let me again start with a short story, and then I'll build on it. So there was a time, when there was a young intern, once declined a very prestigious full-time offer, and suddenly his her, father asked, any reason, and she said, that I watched my dad sacrifice his health for a promotion. I would rather live a balanced life rather than chase burnout. So that moment, that particular organization, they came across and they started to rewrite the model rather than climbing the ladder to creating the balance. So at times when you talk about work life balance, I'll use the word work life alignment, because balance may become very difficult, but I'll use the word how well do you align. And why do I say this? Now today when you talk about Gen Z workforce, let's understand what is that is more meaningful to them. So they value purpose, they value flexibility, they value well-being, wellness, and maybe mental well-being more than just fat paychecks. And they are not just chasing the titles, they are also seeking something which is meaningful, which has a balance, and which has authenticity in their work. As a result, if you see, organizations have realized this, and organizations are also moving from an authority driven top down leadership models to learning into empathy driven and human centered development. That's a big change in thought in the mindset, is what I'm talking about. And when this happens, this means investing in leaders who not only can listen, adapt, and support, and not just direct. It's about creating that environment where well-being is prioritized as much as the business performance, and where emotional intelligence is also seen as a leadership strength and not just as a soft skill. And the way it can be done, which normally we do at Apollo, because we're a healthcare organization, we're patient centric, and we know when somebody comes to us, they come with a lot of pain, but when they walk out, they have to walk out with care, right? But it's an employees or your patients. So we call it as a tender loving care approach or a care framework, where you connect emotionally, you act with empathy, you respect the boundaries, and you enable wellness. So when you're trying to do something from your heart, you go beyond your rule book, you go beyond your policies, you go beyond your protocol, things takes place. Because when you connect emotionally, we go beyond roles and truly listen to the stories behind the faces. And when you try to connect with them from an empathetic way, it is not about leading just from a corner office, see suit covered, but from the heart that at times may not be unspoken or may not be shared, and the invisible struggles they may be going through. When you talk about respecting boundaries, we acknowledge that the burnout is not just a badge of honor, but maybe a warning sign. Are we doing something about it? And finally, we also have to enable wellness. And why do I say enable? Because not just doing a engagement activity or a yoga session. No, that is one of the activities or the event that you do. But it's more about, are you creating a psychologically safe environment where they look forward to coming to the next day, coming to the work in the very next day. Now, since I've given a serious answer, let me put a little bit of humor to this, and in a lighter note, in Hindi. पुरानी सोच थी, काम करो, सुकून बाद में आएगा. पुरानी सोच थी, काम करो, सुकून बाद में आएगा. नई सोच है, काम भी सुकून से करो, तभी कल आएगा. So leadership today is not about pushing harder. It's about holding space for others to thrive and not just survive. Thank you.
Thanks again for illustrating that, and with that, in that Sharana moved illustrating this. Okay, so one quick last round with all the panelists. What I would like to understand, we have discussed some of the issues. We are focused on open environment, the need for empathy, the understanding the emotional quotient. So going forward, whatever the generation will term for the next 2 to 3 years, what are the major changes? How Indian organizations or the HR or the organization overall will work in respect to the dynamics with the new generation, as the succeeding generation also will come into the workforce. What trend or shift would you expect, starting with you, Richa?
Okay, fine. So I'll just want to go back a little when we I read one model Maslow hierarchy. Everybody knows that, correct? Where your bottom two levels of the pyramid was more towards your safety, security, your basic needs, correct? Roti, kapda, makan, and all. And I think for this new generation people, or to whom you call it Gen Z, those all needs have been already taken care by earlier generations. And that's why I think the whole topic came into now picture, or this thought has come where we require a shift, because their ask is something different, their requirements are something different, their expectations from the organization something different now. And that's why we are talking here today about the whole shift and what we're supposed to do it. When they don't need to, as I said earlier also, they don't fear to ask a question, they don't fear to ask a relevant or voice out their problems and gaps. I remember when I was too much junior or very new to the corporate, I was sometimes hesitant to ask a few questions to my leadership team or my senior managers, just to think about what if he doesn't like and he throw me out. But today's Gen Z doesn't think about it. They are very transparent and they want you to be transparent. So I think the main shift, what I understand, is in the uh, leadership style, where we need to be more inclusive. We need to be more, of course, digital is there, so data driven. Strategy should be around more humanly, which can humanize your whole journey, correct? The whole employee life cycle journey should be more humanized. So I think as a HR leader, I will think more on strategically where my customer experience, where I can enhance, where my customer is my employee, correct? So this Gen Z, for this generation, what how can I ease the journey for them, how can I enable them in terms of everything, whether they're learning and development, whether it is providing a conducive environment to them, because eventually we all have to live with them and we need to come to the common ground. So it's better to start working towards, so that we all can work together properly. So, and I think it's a good shift, because earlier on few things we were, or the previous generations were not voicing out. They are voicing out, they are asking, you know more healthy environment for the in the corporate. And I think since this shift is happening because of the Gen Z, but the benefit is also for the existing millennials, or the previous more senior generation people. So yeah, that is what I would say.
Thank you. Praveen, next.
Yeah, so few things I think I can clearly see a shift. One shift I can possibly predict is the fact that the organization would expect the new age workforce to have the entrepreneurial minds share or mind shift. They would want entrepreneurial thinking to have brought in to the system, and that's how the proactiveness and initiatives and innovation will start happening in the organization. So in a way, organization would demand this kind of a mindset from the new age workforce. Secondly, I feel that there will be marketplace projects, because there will be projects that the organization will decide and define, and anybody who is willing to contribute, can get into it. So it's kind of an auction that possibly can happen of projects in various functions, but anybody who wants to willingly come and be a part of it, they can kind of approach it. It's kind of an internal gig economy. is something that I foresee. The other things, of course, we have spoken about. An environment where the voices can be heard, an environment which clearly takes out fearless. It becomes fearlessness is crept into the system, so that more and more innovation actually keeps happening in the system. And last but not the least is that whether we like it or not, the ecosystem should be conducive for coexistence. There will be Generation Z, there will be millennial population, there will be Generation Y, maybe baby boomers, maybe gig economy completely who are on contract, internal gig, all kind of compartments in terms of the employee bifurcation one would see. So that ecosystem cannot just uh, cater to one generation, and wherein it is so different from the other generation. So in a way, that ecosystem has to cater to all kind of generation, and it is a motherhood statement. Easier said than done, but organization will have no choice but to create that environment where everybody finds their space. So and only then the organization is expected to succeed. So those would be some of those things which kind of I can envisage happening in at least next half a decade.
Thanks. That's a very innovative thing that you talked about and very interesting. Dhanaval, your feedback on the shift?
It's going to be very interesting, Rajneesh. One, because organization will not have time to respond. Okay, they have to be always ready. In the next 3 years, they have to be ready all the time, which means the TAT for any decision making is going to be very limited. It's going to be very small. With all the introduction of AI and things, the predictive analytics within HR is going to be an important factor for us to predict how the workforce dynamics is happening. What is that we need to do to be proactive for us to retain the talents, to attract the Gen Z talents? So that is going to be one important thing that I foresee of using the predictive analytics in the HR for the people side. And second, also people need flexibility, and there are chances, okay, that we might also see a change in the employment models also. Okay, with the gig economy coming in, the traditional employment model uh, may change, and the number of people what we have within an organization with a traditional employment model might get different with inclusion of more gig workforce consultants and group. So these two are something that I foresee that might happen in next 3 years, with a lot of Gen Z people taking up managerial roles or coming in with advanced technology coming in. Rajneesh.
Great, thanks. Janardhanan?
Yeah. So I think Praveen put it nicely, which I was also talking about Maslow's theory. To me, one of the finest motivation principles in the organizational context is Victor Broom's expectancy theory. I think people value their work, and they expect that the organization is supporting them to perform their work, and there are instruments and tools which are available for. I mean, Gallup is also on the same lines. Now, coming back, the shift in new generation, they ask question why before what. Our generation never used to ask why. We used to ask what. I think that is a difference. So it is incumbent on the organizations to basically create an environment where people can excel. Coexistence is very important factor, as Praveen rightly put it. I think developing capability, especially the capability which are basically forward-looking, which includes technology and other capabilities. So job rotation platforms, other capability platforms, your projects, etc., are very important for organizations.
Thanks. So the change from what to why. Devi Prasad, you have the last word.
Yeah, I always find it difficult when I'm the last one in the meeting as well, where I also don't get much time, and it happens with me in a good way also. Yeah, that's on a lighter note. But I was recently talking to one of my friend, who is in US, and he's a CHRO in a very large organization. And one interesting thing he told me, he was sharing with saying that in fact it's a very large organization that he was sharing this story with me, where employees are encouraged to take up passion projects through an internal innovation Friday program. And one of the Gen Z employee from finance department had a hidden flair for design. So the employee volunteered to create a UI mock-up for the company's employee portal, and it just happened just over the weekend. No, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And by Monday and Tuesday, her protocol was almost ready. Maybe and the leaders were surprised. They saw it, they loved it, and they looped her from the finance department to the digital transformation team, a function that she had never officially been part of. So that was, an act of flexible opportunity which unlocked, and where she was leading a cross-functional design sprints. So what I'm trying to tell you here is, it's not going to happen in the future. It has already started happening. Point number one. Companies needs to shift. A traditional way of doing business is not going to work for the next generation of leaders, neither for the organization. The company needs to open doors to fluid roles, and Gen Z have very less patience, and they doesn't want to be told. They walk through innovation and transform from within. And interesting thing is, I was also reading, doing some article research, and in fact, Mercer predicts that 60% of large organizations will rely on good talent and different kind of roles, by 2026-27. In fact, nowadays when I also scroll at LinkedIn, and at times I say how things are evolving, nowadays I hear fractional CHROs, fractional CMOs. So forget about Gen Z, the other generations. And interesting thing is, when you talk about how do they do this, I have 4 points in my head. One is fostering a gig and project based work. They are no longer going to say that हमें 8 घंटा काम करना है और 10 घंटा काम करना है. No, they are very clear. Second is going to be linking the internal mobility to leadership goals. Third is going to be encouraging the lateral growth. For them, it is not about job titles. They say that job title don't define us, we define job titles. भाई हमें काम से मतलब है, right? And the last point is going to be expanding beyond static job roles. It's not going to be more that you have to expand. You need to think beyond that. Since I've given a serious answer now, let me थोड़ा हंसी मजाक भी कर लेता हूँ. अब नौकरी सिर्फ काम नहीं, एक मंच है कला दिखाने का. अब नौकरी सिर्फ काम नहीं, एक मंच है कला दिखाने का. जो चाहे वो कर सके, ये दौर है बदलने का. So today's job is a platform to express, not just as a cage, but as a canvas. And that will happen when, in the world where skills moves now faster than titles, leadership pipelines must learn to blend, not break. Thank you so much.
Thanks. So we finish on that tone, manch hai badalne ka. On that tone, great insights from all of you, Richa Ranjan, Praveen Menon, Dhanabal Nadarajan, Janardhanan Narayana Swami, and Devi Prasad Dash. It was great getting insights and interesting tidbits, and also a little bit of crystal ball glazing into the future. Thanks to all the panel. And with that, we conclude the APAC second edition of NextGen HR Summit. Throughout the day, we discussed areas like bridging the skill gap, growing role of talent acquisition with more and more AI coming in, even the workspaces, how they are changing, the cultural changes within the team, and lastly, we discussed what Gen Z is leading to the next generation leadership challenges. Thanks a lot to the panelists again, and thanks to all the viewers. We will collect all the best practices here and share this with all of you. Great. Have a great evening. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice
Namaste.
connecting with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Pleasure to be with you. Thank you.